Okay, so we can
Hello.
start now. Hey, hi. Hello everyone and welcome to this training. My name is Samarth Narula and I'm going to be instructor for this course. Before we start, let me introduce myself, then we can have one round of introduction from you all. And
I cannot hear
then
anything at the moment.
All right. And then we can have, then I'll walk you through the agenda for the program, like what's the curriculum that we're going to cover today. All right, let's start. So hi, my name is Samarth Narula. I have total 6 years of experience. Currently, I'm working as a technical architect, tech lead, and I'm an independent contractor. And I welcome you all to this training. In today's training, we're going to focus on the fundamentals of Spring Boot framework. And I'm going to ensure that by the end of this training, you all will have the expertise required for creating APIs using Spring Boot. Okay, now we can have one round of introduction. So whoever wishes to start, they can start and then they can pass on to the other participant from the participant list. Maybe Michelle, you can start.
Yeah, hi to everybody. Yeah, as you can see, Michael Lutz. I'm CEO of a very small firm, a company, and I'm absolutely new to this subject. So I'm looking forward and wish everybody a pleasant course.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay, next, Tom. Tom, you can go next. After your introduction, pass on the introduction to the next person from the participant list, and so on. Or maybe Mary, you can go next. Okay, Prakash, you can go next and then pass on to the next participant for introducing themselves.
Hey, hi all. This is Prakash and I'm working, I was working actually for Atlant Technologies as a platform engineer, and I'm really excited to be part of this training. So thank you so much, and thank you, team.
Thank you, Prakash.
I'm passing my mic to Kefir.
Yeah, hi. My name is Jafar Gerçek. I want to learn today first time about Spring Boot. Thank you very much.
Okay, Kafir, you can pass to someone, maybe Thomas. Thomas, you can go next.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kirchner. I'm in Germany living at Husum, and I'm looking forward to learn more about MicroStream and so on. Thank you.
Okay, nice. Alexei or Goran, whoever wants to go next.
Hi, my name is Alexei. As you can see, I'm a Java starter, and I'm very much looking also forward to learn more about fundamentals of Spring.
Nice. Okay, Goran, you can go next. Or maybe Siva, you can go next. Or maybe Ratna, you can go next.
Hello everyone, my name is Ratna. Actually, I'm in Germany. I'm working as a software developer. It's nice today to meet you all and to join you in this course. I will pass to Hai Nguyen. I don't know if I pronounce the name correctly.
Thank you, Ratna. Hello everyone, my name is Hai. Just call me Hai. I'm a Java developer, and I'm very happy to be here to learn more about the incorporation of MicroStream with Spring Boot. So many thanks for it. Yeah, next one can be Gaishen.
Okay, maybe, yeah, okay.
Hello, my name is Ge Yu. I'm working also in Germany. I'm a software engineer, and I'm also very looking forward to this workshop.
Nice. Okay, maybe Harjeet, you can go next.
Thank you. I'm a front-end developer from Germany in Frankfurt, and
C forward for learning Spring Boot. And the next may be Siva.
Hi, my name is Breno. I'm a senior developer here in Brazil. I'm excited to be here in this great course.
Nice.
Thank you all.
Nice. Yeah, pass it to someone. Yeah. Okay. Maybe Abhishek Roy, you can go next.
Hi, I'm Steve Roy. I'm working as backend Java developer in YaProSolution.com. I'm excited to this part of this training system. That's all
Nice.
about.
Abhishek, you can pass the mic to someone. Okay, let me only pass it then. Lilias, you can go next. LLYAS.
Ilyas, yes, sure. Yeah, hi, my
Ilyas.
name is Ilyas Bakirov. I'm from Kazakhstan. I'm a tech lead of the contractor software developer team.
Nice, nice. So guys, even I'm an independent contractor, and so post this training, you can reach out to me, we can connect and collaborate. All right. Next, Anja, you can go next.
Yeah, hi everybody, I'm Anja, and I'm very curious to learn more about the Spring secrets, and I pass to Vladimir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, I'm Vladimir, I'm a Java developer, and I'm here to go over some Spring concepts.
They can go next. Okay, if no one is pending, then I think we're good to start. Okay, I've started my screen share. A quick confirmation if you can see my screen.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the agenda for today's training. So in today's training, we'll start with the introduction to Spring Boot. Then we'll learn dev tools and how we can do rapid application development by leveraging dev tools. Then we'll see how we can monitor the performance of our microservice that we build with Spring Boot by using actuators. Then if you have multiple environments, how do we manage multiple environments in Spring Boot is with profiling. So we'll learn how we enable profiling in Spring Boot. Then the simple model design, basically the Pojo classes. Then introduction to Lombok Framework. Basically in Pojo classes, we have a lot of boilerplate code, the getter, setter methods, the toString and all. So we are going to avoid writing those methods by using annotations, and those are the Lombok annotations. Then we are going to learn what is controller in Spring Boot, how we create controller classes. Then in order to test the APIs that we create, we're going to learn how to enable Swagger UI for the application. So in latest version, which is Spring Boot 3.0.x onwards, you require to use Spring Doc. So if you use Spring Fox, there are some interdependency issues, transitive dependency issues. So it's recommended that you don't use Spring Fox for the latest version of Spring Boot. So in this project this year, we are going to learn Spring Doc. Next is some advanced concept implementations in controller tier, where we'll leverage the Lombok annotations and we'll implement the constructor injection pattern, telescoping constructor design pattern, and builder design pattern. So builder is the pattern which will be useful for you in your office work. Next is service tier. Here we'll see how we can create service classes in Spring Boot. Then will be the embedded database H2. So for this training, we're going to use embedded database H2 so that we don't have to worry about cleanup and other issues. And for the entity classes, we're going to use JPA and we are going to create entity classes. After this, we are going to create APIs. So we're going to create all the different kind of APIs. So since the duration is 4 hours, I've just kept the important methods of JPA in these APIs. Next, we're going to learn MicroStream and we're going to see what is MicroStream, what is this framework about, and how it helps us to overcome the drawback of the Java serialization. And then I'm going to give you a walkthrough of the Spring Boot MicroStream integration project. Okay, okay, guys, is it now, the curriculum is now visible? Like the text was too small, right? The font. So is the font good? Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, Samarth sir. Abhinjan this side. Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, sir. After the session, we will get the recording or not?
You'll get the recording. If you don't get the recording, you can reach out to me. So yes, let me share my contact details with everyone. So I'm sharing all my social media details. So you can join these things. So you can join the LinkedIn group that I have. You can send me request on LinkedIn. And if you don't get the recording details, then you can message me. I'll follow up and get you the recording. And you can join the LinkedIn group for more such trainings that will come in future. So after this training, what I recommend is once you have learned this, then after this we have advanced Spring Boot training also, in which I'm going to cover Spring Boot security, AOP, and Hibernate. So I do advise that once we complete this training today, then you can sign up for the other trainings that we have. So I'll share the link of the other trainings with you. It's also on my LinkedIn post, but I'll just share it with you so that you all can then register for the other trainings also, the continuation of these trainings. So it's like if you join all the trainings, you'll be master of Spring Boot. You'll know basically all the major things which are required for the job. Okay, give me 2 minutes. Let me just share the links with you.
Hello.
Yeah. Tell me.
Yeah, I joined the session just now. So like, is there any important things you have discussed?
No. So far only the agenda curriculum is covered. Now we'll start with the real session, the training. Okay. Before that, I was just wanted to share the other trainings that we have this year so that after completing this training, you can go for the advanced trainings also. Okay, here it is. Got it. So I'm sharing the link in the chat with everyone. Just let me know. Chat. Yeah. So this is one of the advanced training in which we are going to cover AOP and security. There are discount coupons also. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'll give you the discount coupons. This is the next training in which we are going to cover Hibernate. So I've shared the links. You guys can save the link. Okay, let's start. So what are the prerequisites for this course? Prerequisites for this course is you should have workable knowledge of core Java, and softwares which are required are JDK 17 and Eclipse IDE greater than or equal to 2020-09. So I recommend that you use Eclipse IDE because of the dependencies that we are going to use as part of the project that we are going to build today. And you should have some basic idea about Maven. Even if you don't have, don't worry. It's very simple. I'll cover it up. Okay, let's start with the first topic, Introduction to Spring Boot. What is Spring Boot? So as part of this topic, you're going to learn what is Spring Boot, why to learn Spring Boot framework, difference between microservice and monolithic service, characteristics of Spring Boot, how Spring Boot is better than initial Spring framework. Let's start with what is Spring Boot. So Spring is a framework, boot means bootstrap. So Spring Boot is a framework that allows you to bootstrap a skeleton Spring Boot application by using Spring Initializer. What is Spring Initializer? We are going to cover as part of the next topic. So what is Spring Boot? It's a framework. It allows you to easily create microservices, and these microservices are easily deployable on different clouds. So what are the famous clouds in the market? It's AWS, GCP, and Azure, and PCF. So the applications that you build by using Spring Boot, you can just create a jar file of your application and easily deploy it onto any virtual machine or to the Kubernetes cluster on these clouds. And it's easy to configure the database connection in Spring Boot and to monitor the performance of your application and to write different deployment files. If you're writing a cloud native CI/CD, it's very easy to write a cloud native deployment file using your Spring Boot application, basically for your Spring Boot application. Now, why to learn Spring Boot? So these were the sufficient reasons, but let me still cover why to learn Spring Boot. So very first thing is it becomes very easy to build microservice applications with Spring Boot. Even if your role is not Java developer in future, if your role turns into architect, but if there is a scenario where you need to write an ingest web service and you're leading a cloud team and nobody has knowledge on the backend technologies, so you can leverage this knowledge and quickly build a API which can be used for ingesting data from on-prem to cloud or from one cloud to another cloud. So this is just one use case which I'm telling you from my recent practical experience. There are multiple use cases where you can leverage the power of Spring Boot framework. Next is it is the most popular enterprise application development framework. It helps you to write high performant code, easily testable, clean, reusable, and maintainable code. And the applications that you build by using Spring Boot are easily deployable onto different clouds. Now let's understand the difference between microservice and monolithic service. So let's first understand what is a monolithic service architecture. So this is a typical monolithic service architecture. So here you can imagine we have a website like Amazon for which we have a user interface UI, and we have a Spring Boot application as a backend, API based Spring Boot application in which we have the payment functionality. So you can imagine we have a payment API and we have a add to cart functionality. So we have a add to cart API. Now, for some reason, let's say your Spring Boot application crashed because the underlying infrastructure has crashed. So in this case, the entire microservice will go down. It's a different thing if you have set the disaster recovery plan and a rollback mechanism, or maybe a DR plan in which a parallel machine will be spun up on the cloud. But in a simple use case, what will happen is if your machine goes down, both of your functionality goes down. So if a customer comes to your website, e-commerce application, let's say he has added item to the cart and he's trying to make the payment, and that time this application goes down, so he won't be able to make the payment. And if another user comes, and if this application is down, he won't be able to add items to the cart, neither will he be able to make payment for his previous items that he has added to the cart. So these were the problems faced in the monolithic service architecture. Now let's see microservice architecture and how it solves the problems with the legacy monolithic architecture. So in a microservice architecture, these both functionalities, payment functionality and add to cart functionality, are now broken down into two microservices. So payment application has payment API, add to cart application has add to cart API. Now, even if payment application goes down, still your customers will be able to add items to the cart, and when the payment application comes back up, they'll be able to visit your website again later on and make the payment. So still, even if one functionality goes down, the other functionality is up. And let's say if the user had added some items to the cart, and if the payment application has gone down, they will be able to view their items in the cart, but they won't be able to make the payment. So later on, they can come and make the payment. So it's like even if one goes down, the other one is up. So it's more of a decoupled architecture. That is the microservice architecture. Now let's understand characteristics of Spring Boot. So very first characteristic is Spring Boot is an opinionated framework. Why is it an opinionated framework? Because in Spring Boot, we have some conventions, and these conventions I'm going to show you when we'll start the practicals. And this curriculum basically consists of 95% of practicals and only 5% of theory. I'm just starting with the theory because just to give you the gist of what is this framework for those of you who don't have any idea about Spring Boot framework. But major part of this course will be focused on practicals. Okay, so very first characteristic is it is an opinionated framework. So there are some opinions because there are some conventions which you have to follow in Spring Boot framework, but there are less configurations. That's why some developers have some opinions about it. Why do we have these conventions to follow? So that's the opinion. Now, next characteristic of Spring Boot is we start with something. Since boot means bootstrap, that means Spring Boot framework allows us to bootstrap our skeleton Spring Boot application. That means we have a skeleton to start with. That's why the characteristic is we start with something. So we have a skeleton that we start with, and we tweak the skeleton based on our requirements, and we create our application. Also, the application that we build by using Spring Boot framework are standalone applications. Why it is standalone application? Because if you add the web dependency in your Spring Boot framework, that web dependency provides you with an embedded Tomcat server. And embedded Tomcat server makes your application as a standalone application. Hence the characteristic standalone. Also, the applications built using Spring Boot framework are production ready because you can easily deploy these applications onto different clouds. Okay, before we proceed, any questions so far?
Yeah, so I have one question.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, like if you want to deploy the application, will you teach that those things like how to deploy the application?
I have covered the agenda. That's not part of this course, but I do provide personal trainings also. So in that I cover these things, and cloud deployments are part of my cloud courses.
Okay.
All right, let's go with the next one. You can read the blogs. I think I've written some blogs on Medium where I've added all the screenshots how to deploy. Okay, let's go with next. How Spring Boot is better than Initial Spring Framework. So the Initial Spring Framework was a huge framework. Huge framework in a sense like as your project grew, the handling dependencies is to become difficult. So there were multiple steps which were required for the Initial Spring Framework, the Spring Core framework, and multiple configuration steps were also there. That there were some XML files which you had to maintain for each of the classes which you create. Now Spring Boot has abstracted out these steps. We don't even have to think about all those steps which were there in the Initial Spring Framework. You don't require knowledge of the Initial Spring Framework in order to learn Spring Boot, because Spring Boot is that easy. It is that easy that it abstract out all the steps so that you can focus on your business logic. So when you learn Spring Boot and when you use Spring Boot, your focus is more on the business logic rather than writing the configurations for database connectivity and other things, because Spring Boot has made all those configuration steps very easy for us. In very few lines, we can do all the configurations. So let's summarize. In this topic, you have gained basic idea about what is Spring Boot framework and why you should learn it. Then you have also learned about what is microservice architecture and what is monolithic service architecture, difference between microservice and monolithic architectures. Then you have learned about the characteristics of Spring Boot framework. Then you have also understood how Spring Boot is better than initial Spring framework. Okay, before we go to the hands-on, do you have any questions regarding the previous topic which we just covered? Okay, if no questions, we'll start. Hands-on. Introduction to Spring Initializer and creating a project with Spring Initializer. So as part of this hands-on, we're going to create a skeleton Spring Boot project using Spring Initializer. Then I'm going to demonstrate how you can set up your Eclipse workspace, import the generated skeleton Spring Boot project in Eclipse IDE. So we are going to generate a skeleton Spring Boot project by using Spring Initializer. Then we are going to import this project into Eclipse IDE. And I'm going to show you some easy steps for fixing common build issues which you can encounter depending upon your OS and your Eclipse version. Okay, let's start with the first point, creating a skeleton Spring Boot project using Spring Initializer. Let's go to Spring Initializer. This is Spring Initializer. It is a web application and it allows us to bootstrap a skeleton Spring Boot project. Let's select the kind of a project we want to generate a skeleton of. So we want to build a Maven project. We have option of Gradle also, Gradle with Groovy, Gradle with Kotlin, but we want Maven. Language that we're going to use is Java. Also, you can create Spring Boot projects in Kotlin and Groovy. Spring Boot version that we can see here is 3.0.6. After generating the project, you can change it to 3.0.2 because we're going to cover 3.0.2 in this session. So every 2 weeks, they keep upgrading the patch version. This is project metadata. This is the group ID. In Spring Boot, always ensure here your group ID and your package name is same. So ensure this thing that your group name and your package name is same. And this is your artifact ID. Since in this application, we are going to create a bookstore application, you can write here bookstore. And artifact and this name, you can keep it same or you can keep it different. This name will be your jar file name. This is the description. You can write a description, demo project for Spring Boot, or you can write learning Spring Boot, and we're going to build a bookstore application by using Spring Boot. Packaging, we're going to select jar. I prefer jar. Jar is easily deployable onto majority of the cloud platforms. Java version, we're going to select 17. Then in order to add dependencies, you can click on this add dependencies. You can add DevTools. You can add Lombok. You can add Spring Web. You can add JPA. You can add then H2. Okay, so which dependency is not here? Let me see. Yeah, let's see actuator. You can add actuator. So Spring Doc is not here. So Spring Doc dependency, you'll have to add from my project. So let me share the URL of the project with you. This is the URL for today's training. Everyone can clone these projects, clone this repo and import these projects. I'm going to demonstrate how to import these projects. So wait for the demonstration and then follow the steps to import these projects in your Eclipse IDE. Once you have done all this, now if you're wondering, you want to use JDK 8 with Spring Boot version 3.0.x, it's not going to work. Let me demonstrate. Even if you select Java 8 here, when you click on explore to see the skeleton Spring Boot project structure, you'll observe here that in properties, by default, it is setting Java 17. That's because with the Spring Boot version 3 onwards, it's mandatory that you use Java 17 version. You cannot use anything less than Java 17 with Spring Boot version 3. If you want to use Spring Boot version 8, then you'll have to use Spring Boot version 2.0. Like 2.x.x, any version of 2 basically. So these are the things. Once you have done this, you can click on generate. It will basically download this zip file, unzip this zip file. Once you have unzipped this zip file, go inside this folder, copy this path, and is everyone aware about how to set up the Eclipse IDE, or I should demonstrate the steps? Guys, anybody wants me to demonstrate the steps for setting up the Eclipse IDE workspace basically? Okay, let me just tell you in short how to do it. Let's say you want to set up this workspace folder. So how you do it is basically you create a new folder. Wait, let me go here. You create a new folder. You name it anything that you like. Once you've created it, you copy the path. You click on your Eclipse. Once this window opens up, you paste this path of your temp folder and you click on launch, and that will launch a new workspace. So once you have launched a new workspace, you'll see a folder created inside this. I'm not doing it because it's not needed, but that's how you create a new workspace. Once you have created a new workspace, after that, you'll have to do some settings in your Eclipse. So the settings are, click on this window, click on preference. Very first thing here, in order to avoid the silent exception, write debug, select debug, uncheck this box. This will be checked by default. So uncheck this box, suspend execution on uncaught exceptions. Basically uncheck this box. Next is right here, JRE. Click on install JRE. Confirm you have JDK 17 here. If you don't have, just click on add and let me demonstrate. Click on add, select standard VM, next directory, go to your C file, C path, go to this path basically, C program files, Java JDK 17. So you should have JDK 17 installed first. Then you can select this path. Once you've selected this path, ensure this box is checked. In execution environment, you can select Java SE 17 and then click on apply and close. So these are the steps which you need to do. Once you have done this, and now you need to import your project, right? So how do you import your project? Okay, go to your project which you have cloned, copy this path, come here in this project explorer, do a right click, click import, scroll down, click this import here. Then here, search for Maven. It's on the top generally. Select existing Maven projects, then click on next. Then paste the path of your project. Inside this folder, I have the POM file. Ensure that the folder that you're giving has the POM file. Then click on finish and it will import the project. This is how you import the project. If you see this kind of a structure problem, and if the auto import is not fixing that problem, in that case, what you need to do is just first of all, wait for it to import the project. Below on the right hand side, you can see here importing Maven projects. Let it finish. You can click this box to see what all things it's doing. Setting class path containers. So here you can observe this. If you are thinking of building a new project from scratch, still I recommend that after generating the skeleton project for this training course, use the exact version, otherwise you can land into unknown issues. So use the exact version 3.0.2, save it. Once you save it again, it will start building. Okay, once this is done, if you see any unknown problems like this, you can simply do right click, Maven, update project, select force update of snapshot and releases, check your project, click OK. This should generally resolve the problems that you're facing. If this is also not resolving the problems that you're facing, see, it's also recommending that update project. That means it's a Eclipse caching issue. So what you need to do is click project, clean. So see, it's gone. If it's not gone, you can select your project and clean your project and your error will be gone. So this is how you generate a skeleton Spring Boot project. And you import it. So we have covered all the steps here that you can do after importing the generated skeleton Spring Boot project. So if you want to try it out, I can give you 5 minutes for trying this out, because it's one of the important steps where majority of the developers, when getting started with Spring Boot, face issues and they give up on the framework. So afterwards, everything is very easy. You can have 3 to 5 minutes and try to set up the project. Okay, you can import these projects from my GitHub, import both the projects. I recommend that you import both the projects. Guys, import both the projects. These are the two projects that I'm going to give you complete detailed walkthrough, which we're going to cover basically as part of this course. Okay, you want me to share this link? I can share this link again. I'm sharing my GitHub link again in the chat. Has everyone imported these projects in their local? If yes, you can give a confirmation in the chat. Just write yes.
We have to fork them first in our own one.
It's your choice. You can fork it from here or you can download it. Fork it, I would say that would be better. Because if there is any fix I do as part of the live session, I would directly push it here. Okay, I'll give you 3 more minutes in which you can fork these projects, then clone these projects and import these projects. 3 to 5 more minutes. And once you have done it, you can start writing yes in the chat or maybe yes cloned in the chat. That is how I'll come to know that you guys have cloned the project, and I'll continue with the next topic. Because what's the advantage is that if you clone these projects, as I'll give you walkthrough and as we'll do different hands-on, you'll be able to see that same thing or revisit that same thing in the breaks that we'll have or in parallel to the training, so that you completely understand and get the gist of Spring Boot framework. Michael, I would recommend that you use Eclipse IDE. If you're using IntelliJ, okay. If you're using IntelliJ, you'll have to download one plugin, which is Lombok plugin from the IntelliJ store marketplace. So I'm not going to demonstrate that step here because I'm using Eclipse. I'll demonstrate the step relevant to Eclipse. But yes, that is how it's done in IntelliJ. And in IntelliJ, your dev tools will not work. That's one problem with IntelliJ IDE because it auto saves. So you'll face difficulties with live reload that takes place as part of dev tools.
Is your repo supposed to be error-free, or because I see some variables that are not resolved, or is this intended, or
Where?
like in the log variables and stuff, or is it just me?
You're seeing some errors?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is just you need to do these steps which I demonstrated. Right click.
No, it's not about that. It's not about dependencies. It's about variables not being defined.
No, I think then your JDK is not set properly.
Right, 17.
Just check the 17 is required. Whoever wants to do after the session, they can do after the session. So there are some errors when importing Git projects. Okay, what I can do is, Vladimir, you can share your screen. I can help you to resolve the issues. Let me give you the permission to share screen.
Yeah, exactly same as Vladimir.
Yeah, so Vladimir, you can now share your screen. I've given you the permission and I can guide you the fix through screen share. But if you're using IntelliJ, I'm not sure if you can face some issues. If someone is using Eclipse and getting the issues, I can help you resolve it very quickly. This is the Lombok issue. So, okay, this is good. You demonstrated this. You can stop the screen share. Let me give you fix for this issue. Okay. Since you have imported the entire project, I forgot to mention in this project, we have leveraged Lombok. So I'll have to give you the steps how to resolve the Lombok. So very first time when you import the Lombok, there is a one-time configuration that you have to do. So very first thing you have to do is search Lombok here. So my Lombok is here. It's in C users divya.m2 repository org project Lombok. So I need to go to this path. So I'm inside C users divya. I need to go to .m2. And the repository, I'm using this repository right now. And then I need to search org. Then project Lombok. Whichever version you have, whichever is the version you have, just open any one. Whichever you'll have generally one if you're importing for the first time. Double click this jar file. That's the trick. Double click the jar file and wait for a few seconds. This kind of a window will pop up. Let it scan your drives for IDE installations. If after the scan it is still not able to find your Eclipse IDE exe file, then you can click the specify location and manually provide the path of your file. But generally in majority of the laptops, the scanning works. It catches your exe path. Otherwise, you'll have to manually search where you have saved your eclipse.exe on your laptop and provide that exact exe file path, eclipse.exe file path. Once it's visible here, you can select your Eclipse version and click on install and update. Once you have done this, once it's installed and updated, you need to click on quit installer. And after this, you need to restart your Eclipse IDE, basically close this Eclipse IDE and start it again. And once you've restarted your Eclipse IDE, after that, you need to click on this project, click on clean all projects and clean. This is what you'll have to do. These are the steps which will help you to resolve the lock cannot be resolved issue and the other Lombok annotation issues. You can try this out. I'll give you 5 minutes for trying this resolution and you can let me know.
Worked for me. Thanks.
Welcome. What about others? Just remember these steps. Yeah, for Mac also the process is same. Okay, has everyone tried it out? If you're using IntelliJ, then you need to download the Lombok plugin from Marketplace, IntelliJ Marketplace. But I recommend Eclipse IDE for this session. I'm just giving you what's the steps if you want to use this project in IntelliJ. Also, once you download this project, if it has by mistake the setting.xml, delete the setting.xml. Don't delete pom.xml. Just delete setting.xml if it's there. Okay, let's proceed then. I think majority of you now know the steps to resolve all the issues. Hands-on, dev tools. Understanding dev tools, configuring and implementing dev tools. Let's understand dev tools. In order to understand dev tools, let's first understand what is the problem if we don't have dev tools. I think we missed one topic here. Yeah, this one. Understanding about how Spring Boot application runs, then we'll start with dev tools. So this is the topic which we missed after this. So this is done. So we have done this one. Now you know now how to create a skeleton Spring Boot project, how to set up your Eclipse IDE, how to import the generated skeleton Spring Boot project in Eclipse IDE. What are the easy steps for fixing common build issues? Also, those of you who have cloned the project which I've provided, you also know the steps now to resolve the Lombok annotation issues. The first time configuration that you have to do for new Eclipse IDE that you install in any laptop. Okay, let's start with this one. Understanding about how Spring Boot application runs. As part of this hands-on, you are going to learn about, first of all, you'll understand the project structure. What's the project structure? I'll make you familiar with the Spring Boot project structure. Then we'll see how to run the application in run mode. Then we'll see how to run the application in debug mode. We're going to understand how Spring Boot application runs basically, like how the components can happens. Then we're going to understand a quick fix which can be used for common port already in use issue. Let's get started with the first point, understanding the project structure. This is the project Spring Boot Bookstore design. This is your main directory. This is your resource directory. I've deleted the test directory. Generally, if you'll generate a skeleton Spring Boot project, you'll also have a test directory. Then we have the POM file. So this is the POM file. This is your Spring Boot parent version. We are using 3.0.2. So you can see I've previously used 2.6.3 and then upgraded the project. And this is your group ID. So this group ID, this and this should be same. Let me correct the package name and group ID. So I'll just change the group ID. Right click, refactor, rename, paste, rename sub packages. So your group ID and your package name should be same. Let it rename. So I've renamed. Now these are the, now you can see here, it's written properties, JDK 17, because you need JDK 17 with Spring Boot version 3.0.2 onwards, like basically 3 onwards. Now dependencies we have our actuator. This is for performance monitoring.
What exactly did you rename again?
Just the group ID. I had written here, this is MicroStream only, and on the package name, I renamed the package name because as I had mentioned, the group ID and package name should be same. Here it was different. So I just copied it and renamed the package name here. This package name and all the sub packages name also. Like change the prefix for all the sub packages.
And how did you do it exactly?
Okay, I did right click.
Alright.
I clicked on refactor,
Okay.
rename. This should be checked, rename sub packages, and you can provide a new name. Let's say I want to make it again com.example. Click on OK. It would rename everything. This thing we have to manually rename. This Eclipse is not this smart. So we just renamed here the group ID, okay, to com.example. This is how we rename.
So, sir, one query here, like what is the need, like you are doing both the things need to be same?
That is because of the component scan, which I'll explain how Spring Boot application works. Just remember it as a rule, as a convention. Group ID and package ID should be same. Otherwise, you can land into unknown issues after the build also.
Okay.
Because this is what I have observed personally. That's where I recommend that group ID and package name keep it same.
And even I think in the Bookstore application from Spring Initialization, it has same name, right? It's just that here it was different.
Correct, correct. When you
Yeah.
generate a skeleton Spring Boot project, it will be
Yeah,
same. It's
it will
actually
be
on
same.
you because you provide the group ID and package name on the Spring Initializer. But that's where I recommend that these two things should be same.
Right.
Like this. Okay, moving to the next one. If you follow these conventions, you'll not have any issues in your application. Then we have the actuator dependency. This is for performance monitoring. JPA for creating CRUD APIs and entity classes. JPA also has a hibernate as a transitive dependency. So if you go into the effective form, you'll find that. Then we have web dependency. This has the embedded Tomcat server. Basically, this provides the embedded Tomcat server. So it has the Tomcat as the embedded dependency. Okay, the font size. Is the font size good now?
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks. Okay. Next is we have the dev tools. This is what we're going to see today. First, like after this session, in the next topic. So DevTools enables us to automatically reload the application whenever we make any change and save file in this project. Then we have the H2 dependency. H2 is the embedded database. Then we have the Lombok dependency. Then we have Spring Doc dependency. This basically creates the Spring Doc, or you can say Swagger UI. And we require this dependency in the latest version of Spring Boot, otherwise you'll land into issues. So just this is a, you can say, boilerplate dependency which you have to add with later versions of 3.0.3.x versions. You need to add this. This also we have to add with JPA because we have added JPA. Ideally, this should come as a transitive dependency, but it was not coming, so I had to add it externally. Then we have the test dependency if you want to write any test cases. And then we have some plugins, which is automatically generated when you generate the skeleton Spring Boot project. So this is the advantage of generating the skeleton Spring Boot project. It would basically do these things automatically. Only thing which you will have to do manually is add this dependency, and this dependency is not available on Spring Doc. It should also be available, but they have not made it available. So you'll have to add it from here, from this project to your new project if you're generating a new project. H2 configurations and all Abhishek will cover in the coming sessions. Okay, let's get started with the next one. So this was about the skeleton Spring Boot project structure. Next is running the application in run mode. How do we start this application in run mode? So the different ways of starting this application in run mode is you go here, you right click this. This is the simplest of all ways. Run as Java application. This will start the application in run mode. So here you can see it is starting this Spring Boot application. So it takes some time. So let's see here how much time it will take. One thing which I've observed with Spring Security is the start time is too much. The start time is 20 seconds. But with this one, it was okay, 25 seconds. So with Spring Security, it's even more sometimes. But I think in the later versions, in the 3.0.2, they have solved that problem. So I've observed these kind of things while migrating the versions. So this is the port on which our application is accessible. So our application is accessible on port 8080. So Tomcat started on port 8080, and it took 25 seconds to start this application. The start time will increase if you have too many dependencies. The lesser the dependencies, lesser the start time. Okay, we'll walk through all these things as we go through different topics in this course. The next thing is, let's see how to start the application in debug mode. So for that, again, right click the main file, debug as Java application. If you're starting a Spring Boot application in debug mode for the first time in your Eclipse IDE, you might face silent execution exception. If you want to ignore that silent execution exception, how you do it is basically you click this window, preference, you type here debug, click debug and uncheck this box, and you will not get this silent exception. So you can see that application has started in debug mode. And also, if you're starting the application in debug mode for the first time, it will ask you if you want to see the debug perspective. Okay, next is understanding about how Spring Boot application works. So how does Spring Boot application works? What it does when it starts. So when the Spring Boot application starts, it starts to load all the classes. Someone is not on mute. Okay, let me just, yeah. So when the Spring Boot application runs, it starts the component scans. It starts to load these classes as being into the Spring container. So the component scan happens from the base package. And this is the reason why I recommend that you keep your package name and your group ID same. So the base scan, the component scan starts from here. This is your base package. And all the packages in any Spring Boot application should have this naming convention: base package, dot controller, base package, dot anything that you want to name ahead. Okay, so that's the convention which you need to follow: base package, dot controller, dot model, dot repository, dot service IMPL, dot anything that you like, but with the base package name, dot, and then your package name. So this is the format. This is because the component scan starts from here. It loads this class and then it searches. It only scans the sub packages of your base package. That is why you need to name your sub packages in this format. So this is the convention that you have to follow in Spring Boot framework. Hence the characteristic of Spring Boot that it's an opinionated framework. Hence, some developer have some opinions. Why do we need to follow these conventions when the framework is designed in such a nice manner where we have less configurations, but why the conventions? This is why the opinion. Okay, so let's go to the next one. So we have learned about project structure, how to run in run mode, how to run in debug mode, how Spring Boot application runs. Let's understand a quick fix which can be used for common port already in use issue. This issue you'll not face generally with Mac laptops, but you'll face with Windows laptops. So in your Windows laptop, if let's say you start this application and suddenly your laptop battery goes out and you again start your laptop later on, what will happen is this application will keep running in the background. So very simple way to terminate the application is you can open Task Explorer, select this Java version and click on End Task. That's one thing. But let's say you don't want to terminate, you have some Java processes which you want to keep for some reason. In that case, what you can do is you can change the port temporarily and start your application on a different port. Let's say I want to start this application on 8089 for now. So I'll change the port. Since I have DevTools, I don't need to stop and start it. It is auto restarting my application. You can see below. And now my application has started and it's running on port 8089. So this is how you can temporarily change the port if a current port is already in use. Although it's not the best fix, I'll teach you the best fix in the coming topics. Again, let me revert the port and make it 8080. So I've deleted the property, saved this file, and DevTools is restarting the application. Basically, DevTool is restarting or redeploying my application in its embedded Tomcat server. And I can see Tomcat started on port 8080 again. Okay, with this topic is finished. If you have any questions, I'll give you 2 minutes to ask your questions. Then we'll proceed with the next topic, with the next module.
Yes, Abhinandan, this is one question I have.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like you have run the Java application from Spring Boot application main class. So like, is there any way like we can run the application from command prompt? To run the Java application from command prompt? Is there any way like?
Yes. You can create a jar file and you can run it, or you can use a Java command and run it. Like how you run your normal Java files. Let me show the jar file way. Jar file way will be useful. So
yeah, thank you.
It's generally like, but right now, even if I show, I won't be able to show the endpoint. Reason being, I need to first explain you how to build it. Otherwise, you'll get confused. So very first thing you do is run as, in order to build the jar file, you do run configurations. So I've selected Maven run configurations. And here in Maven build new configuration. There's a lag. Let it first create a new configuration. Actually, I have not set up my Java in system variable. Otherwise, I would have demonstrated that to you. Yeah, I think it will not work because I've not set up my Java in my this environment variable. But if you set up the environment variable correctly, it will work. Okay.
Yeah,
You
like
just need to use a Java command.
Like if possible in the last, like if you will discuss, it will be great help for me. Like I faced these questions actually.
It's not a problem. What I generally do is I don't build applications in local. I mean, I just directly build it in the cloud on the EC2 machine I install there. Okay, so this has got hanged. Let me see if I can somehow cancel this. Oh, it's asking me to restart the Eclipse only. I'm not sure actually. I've set JDK 17 in my environment variable.
So as soon as you change this properties file or any file, it reboots automatically, and you save it, it reboots it.
Yes, it's because of DevTools. I'll teach you that next. Give me 2 minutes. You can have 5 minutes break. I think 5 minutes because my Eclipse will restart now. It just crashed. I'll put a timer here of 5 minutes. You can have a 5 minutes break because I'll restart my Eclipse.
So like I have one query here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so like you told, if you want to run in the command prompt, we have to create the jars. And
No, Jar is not necessary. You can directly run from main file also. There is a, like how you run normal, the old way, like if you don't have ID, using first compile and then run Java C, Java command.
yeah, I remember. Like Java C is for compilation, Java is for
Yeah,
to run
the simple way, the old way.
And also there is one way to run through jars, no? Is there any way?
Yes. Yeah. I wanted to demonstrate that, but Eclipse crashed. I want to build the jar file of the application using mv and clean install.
If possible, like if you will sooner, it will be like like so that we can revise later.
Yeah, sure. I'm just waiting for Eclipse to come back up. The IDE had crashed, so it will take some minutes. That's where I've given a break to everyone. Okay. If everyone is here still, we can continue. My Eclipse has come back up. Took 2 minutes. Okay, let me demonstrate your step. Let it build again.
Please increase font size.
Yeah, I'll do that. Let it build. Let it finish the build. I'll do that. Otherwise, it might get hang. Okay, so I was here demonstrating how to build a jar file of the application. You do right click, run as, run configuration, go to Maven build. I did this right click new configuration last time. So it has builded the new configuration and it had crashed. So let me select the new configuration. Let's wait for it. If it crashes again, I'll just leave this demonstration. Okay, I'll continue with the curriculum.
See you, no issue.
Java process also got left in running state.
And just type in chat what you would put in the fields. If it's crashing.
Yeah, it's getting hanged actually with this. With I don't know why it's getting hanged. Some problem with the new configuration creation and
You did it for Maven new configuration. Okay.
Yeah, I was doing Maven build new configuration.
For me it is displaying immediately.
Yeah, no, it's not a problem of that. It's something, some process load on the laptop that I'm using. So it crashed again. So I'll just leave this part for now, or maybe this Eclipse version which I'm using. I have multiple versions of Eclipse installed. Maybe in this specific version, some issue must be there.
No problem, sir. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay, now laptop is hanged. Okay. I'm just monitoring the CPU also. CPU is not high, but somehow laptop is hanged now. Just give me again 2 minutes. I won't be able to even set timer now. Demonstration for now. I'll proceed with the next topics. But let it just unhang first. You're seeing screen 2, screen 1 is the major one. So that's hanged. Everything is hanged. Am I still audible? Or is Zoom also okay?
No, you are audible. So
it's like I'm
the...
connected, but laptop is hanged.
Do you want me to share and I can just
Nothing will
navigate?
load on my screen.
Oh, okay.
I'm not able to click anything.
So like in the real time, if we are deploying the application, we are running the application through a Spring Boot run method, or we are just deploying in the deploying the jar in CMD, and after that we are doing
jar. What we do is in real time, we write the application, we create the jar file, we upload the jar file to S3 or any block storage ECS, and then we set up a EC2 or a GKE. And I mean, if you're setting up EC2 or VM virtual machine, and basically then you go to your virtual machine, you install JDK, and then run your jar file in your machine. That is how you deploy. And if you want to go to Kubernetes, then you have to write deployment.yaml, service.yaml, config map.yaml, secret.yaml as per the structure of your application.
Okay, so in the like we are not running from the application that we have run the application, it will work.
No. If you're using Mac later one, the latest one, then you need to download the Eclipse ARM based ARM, because the latest Mac is having ARM based processor. If you have an old Mac, it will have, if you have Intel chip Mac, then you can download the normal one. But if you have ARM based processor, then you need to select the ARM option when you install the Eclipse. I hope by then the laptop starts. If meanwhile anyone can share the screen, I can teach through your screen since you have imported the project. Okay, let me teach you DevTools. So who wants to share their screen? Like, let me give you permission from here. So can anyone share the screen quickly? Okay, my other laptop is starting. I can cover DevTools here, then switch to the other laptop.
I can share it. You see my screen?
Yes, yes, your screen is visible. Where is the imported project?
Or application you mean?
Now the project which I've asked you to import from my GitHub.
Oh, I haven't done it. If anybody else has done it, maybe they can share.
Yeah. Vladimir, you had cloned the project, right? Can you share the screen for 5 minutes? I'll just teach through your screen. Meanwhile, my other laptop restarts.
Can I share, Samarth? I have cloned it.
Sure, Sohail. Sohail, you can share. Yeah. Okay, so for DevTools, very first thing, go to your POM file, pom.xml. Search the DevTools dependency, scroll down.
Okay, dependencies.
Comment out the DevTools dependency. In order to understand DevTools, let's see what is the process that we have to do if we don't have DevTools, and what problem does DevTools solves. So can you comment out the DevTools dependency from line number 35 to 40? Select line number 35 to 40, press Control/. If that's not working, just manually comment it. Use less than, dash, less than, right? Less than, dash, yeah. And now on line number 40, write less dash exclamation and that closing bracket. No, that closing bracket, exclamation also, and 1 dash and exclamation. The opposite way, dash then exclamation.
Okay, okay.
So my other laptop has started. I'll just open Eclipse here.
It's not commented.
Okay, do one thing, just write this and okay, just delete the DevTools dependency, just cut it. For now. Exclamation goes as the beginning. Okay. So he shared how you can do it. Exclamation in the start, in the end you don't use exclamation.
Okay.
It's fine. Now just try to start the application, and in the main method write hello world. Yeah, now start the application. So let's say now that you don't have dev tools, let's say instead of hello world, you want to just write hello. So if you make the change here to hello, just to hello. And if you then you save your file, press Ctrl S. Now you've saved your file. You can see that the application is not automatically restarting. It's not printing hello. It's still hello world, right? In the this is because you don't have dev tools. Now add the dev tools and again restart your application. So guys, DevTools will work for the code changes, but not for the dependency changes. DevTools will also restart your application for some configuration changes, but not always. So what I recommend, if you change your logic in code, then you can rely on DevTools to restart your application. But if you're making some configuration change, I would advise that you should manually restart your application in that case. If you're adding a new dependency, you need to again manually restart your application.
I think it is running.
Okay. Now you can remove world and again save your file. First of all, start your application. Save your file. You can see it is auto restarted.
Yes, yes.
This is the power of DevTools. So this is what DevTool does. It helps you to automatically restart your application. Okay, let me see the next topic. Is this clear to everyone how you use DevTools?
Yes.
Yes.
My other laptop has started, just waiting for all the applications to start. Meanwhile, I'll again share the screen. Let's see the next topic. Next is performance monitoring with actuators. Okay, my other laptop is starting. This is first, we'll have the Okay, can you move to the next one? Okay, let's go to this hands-on. Understanding actuators and its health endpoint. First of all, let's see how to inject the actuator dependency. Then we'll gain a detailed understanding about health endpoint, then how we can enable actuator detailed health endpoint. So by default, health endpoint is enabled, but in actuator detailed health endpoint is not enabled. Then we'll see a practical industry scenario where this should be implemented. Okay, my other laptop has started, guys. I'll start using that. Sorry about the trouble. Actually, my laptop crashed. The laptop I was teaching on. Okay, then is practical industry scenario where it should be implemented. Let's continue like this. Meanwhile, I would give that other laptop some more time. So can you share your screen again? Let me teach through your screen.
Yes, Samarth. Can you see?
Yeah, it's loading. It's black screen right now. Are you sharing your full screen or specific application? Because it's
No,
black.
I'm sharing full screen.
No, it's coming black screen. Just stop and reshare.
Okay.
So when in the GitHub we do the clone or fork, we have to export it and then open it in Eclipse, right?
Correct.
Yes,
Import it. Yes. Yeah. Just take it and import it as a Maven project.
Now is it visible?
Let it load. It's still starting the screen share, it seems.
No.
If someone else has imported cache.
The problem in Eclipse version that I'm facing is 2022-09 with Maven build installation. Yeah, I can just set up in Mac why I'm having Eclipse. Let me see the installation. Yeah, it's downloading still. 4 minutes left. Okay, Zoom has launched here. Can anybody else share their screen? Go ahead, your screen is not launching.
I can share, but I have to export and do the testing.
Anybody else who has imported the project into Eclipse?
Hello.
Yeah. Yes, Abhishek.
Hello.
Hello, you're audible.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible, Abhishek.
Yes, I am sharing my screen.
Abhishek, you can share your screen.
Hello. My screen is visible now.
No, it's not visible. Anybody else would like to share their screen meanwhile?
I have to import the file. They have not imported.
Seems like some plugin in my Chrome was causing the laptop to hang. Okay, I think my laptop is good to start. At least the other laptop where I have everything set up.
Browser are saying that some access required for this.
Okay. Give me a moment. Okay guys, I'm starting from another laptop. Only problem I'm facing there was, okay, this is finally launched. Eclipse was not starting afterward. That build configuration thing I'll not try again because 2 times I tried. The second time the laptop only crashed. So I'll continue with the normal curriculum which I have planned.
Yeah, sorry, it's fine, it's fine.
No, it was not your problem. It's just a glitch that happened with the software. I think I cannot join from 2 places at same time. So I'll exit from here, join from there.
Can anyone tell me where is this export option here?
Click on the file and you will get it. Just click
Which
on the
one?
file. You want to import the file, this one?
Yes, this Spring Boot store design into the Eclipse. So I have to export it right first, or directly I can import it from here.
Go back, one step back.
Okay.
Can you zoom in or? Yeah.
Click on the code
Code. Okay.
and
Okay, the
then
checkout. This one.
no, download zip.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah,
right, got
download
it.
zip. Yeah.
Yeah, this one you can do, or you can also do you can copy the URL and you will just
Then I can do git checkout, right? I mean git clone.
Oh yeah, git clone. You can just type the URL and you just hit enter.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, guys, you can share your screen. Meanwhile, I'll teach through your screen. At least I'm in my old laptop where I can share the PPT. Meanwhile, Eclipse is not launching. I'll continue teaching through your screen to save the time.
Yeah, let me share my screen.
I think I'll just create a new workspace. So some problem happened in the Eclipse workspace, it says. And I'll re-import these two projects for today.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, your screen is visible. Just give me 1 minute because I think I've got the issue in my local which has happened. The issue is with the workspace. So my workspace, Eclipse workspace have got corrupted. So what I'll do is I'll just create a new workspace. Temp workspace. And I'll re-import the projects into this new workspace. This kind of a problem you can land into if you are importing Spring Boot multiple versions of projects. Like in one we imported 2 and then next if you import Spring Boot version 3, then this kind of a issue you can face. So my Eclipse workspace is launching now, so we'll be good. Okay, thanks for sharing. What's the next topic? Next topic is DevTools is done. Performance monitoring. So how to inject the actuator dependency. So can you scroll down to the actuator dependency? Okay, here we can see the actuator dependency on line number 21 to 25. So when you add this dependency, it adds the default endpoints. Okay, guys, I can share my screen now. Thanks for sharing. My Eclipse has come back up. Can you see the screen? Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, I'll re-import the projects because the previous the workspace had got corrupted. Day 1. So again, I have to do the setup also. 2 POM files. Perfect. Finish. Let it import. Again, I need to do the basic configurations which I have demonstrated to you guys. Debug. Uncheck this. Apply. JRE. Perfect. This is not really needed. Apply and close. So what's the agenda for this hands-on is? In this hands-on, we'll learn about actuator. When we inject the actuator dependency, we'll see that we get some endpoint, and that is the health endpoint. Then we'll see how we can enable the detailed health endpoint. So in the latest version of Spring Boot actuator, by default, only health endpoint is enabled. In the previous versions, few more endpoints were enabled, but in later versions, only health endpoint is enabled by default. Then I'll explain you a practical industry scenario where you should use actuator detailed health endpoint. It's still importing. Let it finish importing the project, then I can demonstrate.
What is actuator?
Actuator is a dependency which we use for performance monitoring of our Spring Boot application.
Okay.
It gives you endpoints through which you can check the health of your application. It gives you endpoints for getting matrices of your application. It gives you endpoint to get information about your application. It gives you endpoint to download heap dump of your application, thread dump of your application, so that you can analyze your application in detail.
So
You
like
can also do performance engineering with actuator.
So is it like that? Like how many threads are running in the application? These things?
Everything. I'll show you that now, since my everything is fixed finally. So let's get started. Sorry guys about your time waste. This laptop just got hanged. I think that it can happen with anyone. What happened was we imported a new project today, right, with version 3.0.6, and previously I had this 3.0.2. Somehow some transitive dependency or some issue must have happened that corrupted the workspace. So if this kind of a thing happens, just delete your old workspace folder, basically not the projects, the folder, and create a new folder, workspace folder, and re-import your projects from the base location. So this is the actuator dependency. Very first thing, let me open application.property file. You can see I don't have any properties here. So by default, we don't have any properties in our property file. Now let's start the application. Run as Java application.
Zoom it a little bit more.
Yeah, I'll do it. Just let it finish this. I'll go slow on the ID for now so that it again crashes, so that it doesn't crashes again. Actually, these all things are commented out, so it doesn't matter. It's like an empty file. Very first time you run your project in Eclipse, it can do this searching for the main type. Okay, we are good. So our application is starting. Once it's started, we'll see below. It takes 20 seconds. Okay, so you see the error that I was saying, common port already in use issue. Since I know I have only one Java application in my local, I'll select it, end it, and restart. Now I'll not see that issue.
What was the other way solution that you said? Apart
You
from
can
this?
change the port number. That's not the best
Okay.
solution. Best solution I'll show you. Best solution is to open command prompt, search
Kill the port.
kill the process ID, which is using that port, which is linked with that port in your laptop or on any server. Basically, in production server, you'll never do something what I did just right now in this laptop. In production server, you'll use a netstat command, networking command, search the process ID and terminate that process ID. Okay, let's go to the actuator. This is the actuator base endpoint /actuator. And you can see we have only health endpoint enabled by default, and it gives the status of the application as up. So this is the health endpoint. Now let's understand how we can enable detailed health endpoint. So by default, detailed health endpoint is disabled. In order to enable it, we need to add this property management.endpoint.health.show detail equal to always. This will enable the detailed health endpoint. Once we have done this, and once DevTools has restarted the application, now we can go back here and refresh this health endpoint, and we can see now it's giving more details. It's giving details of the components which are part of this application. So we have database, and the status of database is up. So we have the embedded database H2, which we have not configured yet. We have hard disk of this laptop on which this application is running, and it's giving the total size of the hard disk and free space threshold. I think it's in bytes, and the ping status of the application that this application is up. So this is the detailed health endpoint. Next is practical industry scenario where it should be used. Let's say you have written this Spring Boot application. You want to deploy it to a EC2 machine, and you have different teams in your company. You have the application team, you have the cloud team. Now, once you set up a EC2, you can deploy this application by installing Java there and using the java-jar command, java-jar your file name, jar file name command to run your application onto the EC2 machine and access it by the IPv4 public address of or public or private address of your EC2 machine. Once you've done that, but let's say you're providing that IP to another development team and you don't want to grant that other development team access to your EC2 machine. So how will they check the health of your application? So they can check the health of your application by executing the health endpoint of your application. If they get 404, that means your application is crashed. If there is any problem with your application, it will say the ping status is up, or it can also give details about any problems in your application. If it's down, but still the Tomcat server is running, if it's facing some issue, it will say down. Basically, I've never seen down. What I've seen is 404 only. If it's up, it simply says this up and detailed response. Otherwise, it says down. I mean, it gives 404, not found. So that's the practical industry scenario where you can use the health endpoint. Is everyone clear with the health endpoint? I can proceed to the info endpoint then.
Yeah, like you told EC2. What is EC2 here?
EC2 is a virtual machine that you can create. EC2 is a service, elastic compute service on the cloud, on AWS cloud, using which you can create a virtual machine.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Like for an application in production, like if a person like try to figure it out or figure out that you have a Spring Boot application, anyone can access this healthy endpoint, or is it interesting to hide this somehow?
Okay, so you can hide them. Definitely health endpoint is fine, but you should hide the other endpoints. So by default, other endpoints are hidden. So I'll teach you in the next topic how you can expose only specific endpoints and how you can hide the other endpoints. And in production, if you don't want health endpoint, what you can do is health is actually by default enabled. So you can just in your prod configuration, if you don't want this, you can just write health and do not enable the detailed health endpoint. Then in that case, only the status up will go to the other person in prod and other details will be hidden.
Okay, but like I mean, like is there any issue to leave these showing in production?
Yes, matrices I would not suggest we show in production, because I'll show you from matrices you can download the heap dump and thread dump of your application. You can imagine you're working in a finance company now, what problems can happen.
Yeah. This is what I mean, because like I think we cannot expose everything right in production.
Yeah, info and health is fine. Matrices, be careful. Just put it till UAT, not for production. Especially if you are from Europe and you have sensitive data, GDPR rules. don't go for matrices in production. And if you are in financial companies, don't go for matrices in production. Or if you're going, then you need to come up with an authentication mechanism to keep it secure.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Thanks.
and moreover, it's not needed also for general public
Yes,
too.
correct. I mean, generally matrices nowadays, see, it's on cloud, right? So you won't require application specific matrices. I mean, not that's application specific matrices are good till dev and UAT because you can optimize the performance of your application by monitoring which are the gigantic objects in the JVM memory in your application, and then, you know, get rid of those in your code if you have a gigantic code base. So I can show you all of that, but performance monitoring and I mean the performance engineering is not part of it, but I know how to do that. There is in JDK, there is JConsole or some tool which is available in the JDK itself. In that you can import your thread term and heap term. You also have Eclipse memory analyzer and other heap term hero online tool using which you can analyze the entire heap memory of your application and get detailed infograph about which are gigantic objects, small objects in your application. Moving on to actuator info endpoint. So let's understand actuator info endpoint. As the name suggests, it's used for providing information about our application. By default, it's hidden. So let's enable it. And we are going to provide a response of the info endpoint. By default, it doesn't have any response. So we need to write a specific format in our property file to provide a specific response of the info endpoint. So let's go back to the default properties. This is the default properties that we are using right now because we have not learned profiling so far. So by default, since actuator info endpoint is hidden, as you can see here, we don't have the info endpoint in the base actuator endpoint. We need to enable the actuator info endpoint, and for enabling the actuator info endpoint, this is the property management.endpoints.web.exposure.include. We are including health info matrices, and we are setting this environment enabled true. So this is required in the later versions. It's not mandatory. I mean, they just keep changing. I think in this version, it's not really needed, but I'll just leave it as it is. Now that application has restarted, since we have not provided any specific response for the info endpoint, so if we access the info endpoint, you can see we're getting an empty response. So how do we write a response for the info endpoint? In order to write a response for the info endpoint, this is the format. We write info dot anything that we want. So project name. So project will be the key. This will be the JSON values, name. Name will be, value will be bookstore design. Team is MicroStream or JavaPro. Instructor name Samarth Narula. Info project environment local, or you can write default. Let's save this. Now that we have provided some info configuration, so this should be visible as a response from the info endpoint. Let's refresh this. And here we go. We can see this as a JSON response, JSON key and values, key value, key value, key value. So this is how it works. You can play around with it and you'll get familiar with the syntax, and you can create any kind of information in this particular format that you want to provide for your application. Or you can simply use this one. Okay, is info endpoint clear to everyone?
Yes, just one question is, it's a standard class and all this REST controller and all is being written in that, right? That's why we are able to access it.
No, we have not written any REST controller for that.
No, we have not written, but the actuator is a standard one. I mean, we are able to access it as an API, right? REST API.
Yes, that's part of the actuator dependency. We don't have to do anything. That's the best part about
Yeah.
Spring.
So that is written in the actuator dependency which we are using, right?
Perfect. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's what.
So it's part of this dependency.
Right.
Okay. So this is good. Let's go to next topic. Let's learn about matrices endpoint. It is very useful if you want to optimize the performance of your application. It's also very useful if you want to, if you have concurrency enabled, if you want to monitor the concurrency of your application, basically the multiple threads for that also, and also for the heap term, and also for the other things, the active JDBC connections and everything. Once you've set up this, then you can hit its endpoint from other microservice or from the same microservice and basically monitor different matrices and drop alerts based on that. If you want to go to that level, it's possible with this. Let's see the matrices endpoint for now. So we have enabled it by default. I mean, it's not enabled by default. We have enabled it. And let's see here. Here it is. Let's open it in new tab. So this is how it comes. Now let's say you want to see a disk, how much disk is free. So you select this, you copy this, you go here, you write the // and you paste this, and then you hit enter. Now it will show you the disk space in bytes, and this is the disk space in bytes. Now the most useful things over here I can say is Hiccups ICP connections. These are some things which you will have to monitor. Executor one is not working. I've tried before. I don't know why. Then JDBC connections are there. Then JVM classes which are loaded, you can check that also. You can check JVM memory. How much is JVM memory? The most useful ones are not these. Most useful ones are the ones where you can download the heap dump, thread dump. Let's see those. Let's search dump. Okay, let's search manually. I believe they have removed. They should not remove it. I mean, it was very useful in the older versions. It was there. I think they must have changed the name in the Spring Boot 3 version. I'm not seeing heap dump here. There was a provision to download the heap dump and thread dump. Search heap. Okay, so they have removed it, I believe, in the later version, in Spring Boot 3 versions. JVM info. So you can still see threads live. So you can see we have 25 live threads in this application. And this is how you can monitor different matrices of your application. But I believe that that heap dump, thread dump was very useful one, because we could directly download the heap dump of the application, but they have removed it. They must have made it part of some other API. Okay, let's see. I have an idea. How about we enable all endpoints and see how many endpoints we have. For heap dump, I think there is a different endpoint now. Let's refresh. Let it reload. Heap dump. So here we go. For thread dump, heap dump, we have a different API for now. If you enable it, then you can download it. Basically, if you click it, you can see the thread dump here. You can download this thread dump, and if you click on heap dump, you can download the heap dump. It gets downloaded. Once you have downloaded the heap dump, you can go to any online tool or offline tools of your choice. So I like this online tool, but depending upon your company, if you are not allowed to use online tool for the security reason, you can simply use offline tools like Eclipse Memory Analyzer and other tools. And we click on analyze. Let it do the analysis. It would take some time and it would show the entire analysis. This is how you can use the matrices endpoint. Is matrices endpoint clear to everyone?
Yeah, it's clear, but like, what is the need of like seeing these matrices?
Okay, so that's a question. Nice question. So okay, so generally in Office applications, like when you write in Office, sometimes you have to optimize your applications, right? So for optimization, you have to monitor the matrices of your application. You have to monitor the threads which are there, the thread dump, heap dump. in order to optimize the start time or your application space which is using in the JVM. So if you want to optimize the JVM memory usage, then you need to optimize the heap dump, like it should have lesser heap dump size, the lesser objects. So you need to monitor your heap area, like what all things are in the heap. So for that, you can download these kind of things, heap dump, thread dump, and you can monitor them easily.
Okay, and so like how you are optimizing, like how to optimize? Like
that's entire performance monitoring. So I'm not going to dive deep into it. That's another course in itself. But what I can say is this is a good start. Use heap hero, download heap dump, import heap dump, monitor your heap area from here. How much heap size, use class loader count, classes, how many classes are there in this application. You can see it's around 15,470 classes. Then you can see different classes, shallow heap, retained heap, percentage. You can see classes, super classes, class loader, system class loader, delegating class loader, GC roots, unreachable objects, total shallow size.
This itself is a big another topic, analysis and solving.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Like who are like managing these like who are optimizing these things in real time?
Java engineers, performance engineers. Generally, the Java engineers who go for a role in Amazon, Google, these kind of engineers have detailed knowledge on these things, and they utilize this knowledge, this reports, and they optimize the application. So you'll have to dive deep into these performance engineering topics. And if you want to become a performance engineer or QA engineer, a proper one, then you should know how to use these things to optimize your application. So this is for monitoring. You, depending on this, you should do the changes in your application.
Okay.
It's a different topic in itself. I just wanted to show you how you can get started with that kind of a thing. Okay. Moving on to the next topic, actuator change base URL to custom URL. Guys, my focus is more than completing everything is to teach you properly what all you learn. But very important thing, in the last half an hour or 1 hour, we'll start with MicroStream also, as this training is funded by MicroStream and JavaPro. Okay, going back to the topic. Change base URL to custom URL. What's the base URL now? This is the base URL /actuator. Let's say we don't want this. We want app/check instead. So what we can do is there is this property which you can add. This will change the base URL. Now, since we've added this property, this URL will no longer work. So if you refresh this, you'll get 404. Let's add the new URL, which is app/check. And now this URL is working. So this is a new URL for accessing the actuator base endpoint. Is this clear to everyone? All these endpoints?
Yes.
And never enable all endpoints. Okay. So let me just remove this.
It will slow down the performance.
No, not also that. It will not, I mean, not so much, but little bit
It
more of
exposes.
it exposes. Yes. Exposes all matrices. It's not a good practice to expose all your endpoints. You see, I could download anything of my application. In your dev properties, in your local, you can do, but don't do it in UAT. Maybe UAT also is fine. Don't do it in production, please.
A hacker can easily get into inside.
Yes. Get inside your application, and not just your application, your entire network will be compromised also. That can also happen if it's making some other calls and something is getting, tracked in the heap area. It can be a very big security breach. Also, whenever you're configuring the cloud, what is recommended is you set the least access policy, like you set the proper firewall rules and set a private network, set a private, if you have a private connection, do the proper with on-prem guys, do the proper VPN peering, the proper cloud connect, or maybe it's direct connect with AWS. Okay, let's, yeah, go
So
ahead.
this actuator is a Spring Boot specific concept, or it's available in across?
I mean, I've used in Spring Boot, but it can also, I think, be used in other things. But I think it's Spring 1 because the dependency says Spring Boot starter actuator. Not sure if it's used with other frameworks, but this one is Spring Boot specific. Going to profiling. So are there any college students or we have all professionals? Any college students here?
We are kind of students only, yeah.
That is fine. I mean, this is very basic. Okay, I'll just
Yes.
cover it
You
holistically.
can briefly cover it maybe.
Yeah, please, like, see, like I didn't work in the like real time, but I know the things only.
Okay, guys, after this training, do reach out. I get multiple openings, multiple opportunities. Since you're learning this, you'll have the knowledge after this training and other trainings. You can, reach out and I can maybe grant you some opportunities in India or remote opportunities. In US also I get, in Germany also, and India. These are the 3 places I'm getting. Okay, different deployment environments in IT industry. We have development environment. This is where application development tasks such as architecting, coding, and debugging takes place. Then we have the test environment. Depending upon your company, you'll have different environments. This is a general one which I'm saying. After dev, we have test. This is where application testing is done to find and fix errors to ensure that application meets business functional requirements. After testing, we move it to staging environment, or UAT you can say. So product-based companies generally call it staging environment. Service-based companies where they are serving some other client, they call it UAT environment. So this is where final testing is done before the application is deployed in the production environment. Because this environment is prod-like environment, so it will have the same configurations as your production so that a proper testing can be done. Then we have the production environment. This is the last environment. This is where new business functionalities are deployed for the end users. Now, who are the end users? They can be your client or your customers. If it's a service-based company, they will be your client. If you have a product, if you're working in a product-based company, it will be your customers. So this is about different deployment environments in IT industry. Moving on to hands-on profiling, how we can have environment-specific properties in our Spring Boot application. So we can have environment specific properties using property files in our Spring Boot application, and that is nothing but profiling. So let's look at this profiling. Profiling enables us to separate the cross-cutting concern logic of externalizing the configuration into environment specific property files. Very fancy words, don't get confused. It's as simple as this. So when you create this application dash property files, it is your default properties. When you create application dash env.properties, so any environment, be it dev, UAT, prod, test, these are your environment specific property files. So this is my dev environment properties. You can see here, if I set my active profile, in my default property to dev, what it will do is it will consider these properties as default properties. So let's say, that's why we very careful with exposing your endpoints, because let's say in production you have not added these things, but you have added in your default property file. Since as a name suggests, it's a default properties, so these properties will be assigned to your other property files also. Let's say I'm setting the active profile as dev, so now it will start reading the dev. And in dev, I've set the active port as 8081, and you can see I've got the issue. Port 8081 was already in use. Now let's do the proper fix. The proper fix, let me show you the proper fix, because even I'm not sure if port will get terminated from here. I think it will. Let's try again. Yeah, it's got terminated. So let's try again. If it doesn't work, I'll show you the proper fix right away. The proper fix is the use of netstat command. Vadmir, I have not changed anything in the property file. I just keep commenting and uncommenting things as I walk through different sections in this course, or different topics in this course. Vadmir, it's just matrices. It's not metrics. It's just matrices, like metric matrices. Metric is like we can say we pronunciate it as metric if you're talking about one, but if it's plural, like we just go about matrices. Okay, it seems, what is the error now? Okay, let's go with the proper fix. So the proper fix for this is, let me open the proper one. Windows OS important commands. This is the command. I'll have to start my command prompt in administrator mode. Paste the command, and the port that I'm not able to find is 8081. So I've given the port here. I've got the PID. Now, if you're using Windows PowerShell, you can use kill command. But if you're using this command prompt, this is the command task kill. And we need to give the proper PID here. What is the PID? It's 3496. And now it's terminated. Let me share these commands with you. I'll share it over chat.
So for a Mac,
For Mac, you'll have to see if netstat works, or you'll have to do brew install netstat. In Mac, generally, you'll never face this issue, by the way, because it properly terminates your application. This issue is only what I've seen so far in so many years has happened only in Windows laptop. Guys, I've shared the commands with you. You can just copy paste and keep it somewhere on your notes.
Was helpful. I didn't know about this.
Okay. Application is starting again. Okay, it started. Now you can see it's starting on port 8081. So 8081 is my dev port. Let's say in my dev, I want to have actuator. And I want to have info endpoint, and I want the environment name to be development. Now let's go here to the actuator. I have to change the port. Okay, I have not set this. Now let's go to the info endpoint. So you can see environment development. Now let's say I want to set the active profile as UAT. So whatever you have written after this dash, you need to write it exactly like this over here. If it's UAT, you need to write UAT here. If it's prod, you need to write prod here. If I write UAT, it will read property from this file, and I need to set an active port because 8080 is meant for default. So I'm setting UAT port as 8083. Let's say I'm setting everything. Now for UAT, if I go and hit the info endpoint, first of all, I'll have to change the port to 8083. You can see user acceptance testing. So how you deploy your application when you're writing your CI/CD pipeline using maybe GitHub Workflows, GitLab CI/CD, or Jenkins. So Jonathan has shared the command for Mac OS. We can save it. Thanks, Jonathan, for sharing this command. It will be useful somewhere, like sometime if required. Although I've not faced this issue with Mac, but yes, this will be helpful. And next command will be simply kill command. Okay, going back here. So is this clear to everyone how you can change the active profile? Now let me tell you the use case for this. If you're deploying your application in UAT, you'll set it to UAT, then you'll build the jar file of your application. And after building the jar file, you'll copy the jar file into your block storage and set up your server on the cloud, and then log into your server, SSH into your server, and then install your jar file using the wget command if it's Linux or Unix based server, and then install JDK into your server on the cloud, and then use java-jar command. If you want detailed instructions on this, I think I have on my repo. Let me share this with you. So you can refer the notes here. You don't need to set up the entire application load balancer. You can just follow the steps till deploying your Spring Boot application. So these are the steps. I'm sharing the steps here. You will require a cloud account for doing this. Okay, that's about profiling. So these steps are covered. So we have learned how we can implement different environment profiles by creating different property files. Then we have seen how we can change the configuration, how we can change the port number with this property server.port. Then we have seen how to set the active profile. We set the active profile in our application.properties, which is our default application.properties. We use this property spring.profiles.active equal to UAT. Okay, if everyone is clear so far, we can go to the next topic.
So I have one query here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So means we are following the same step in the real-time application, the same approach, like
yes, same approach. Generally, the deployment is automated if you're working in big companies, or if you're doing a project from scratch. First, you'll do it like this. If it's instantly required, then you create the CI/CD pipeline using whichever technologies are there. In your pipeline, you write the stages. If branch is equal to dev, deploy to dev. If branch is equal to main, you deploy to production server. You write those stages in CI/CD, or maybe you create a dev deployment stage, prod deployment stage, UAT, dev test stage, or prod test stage, that way. Like build stage, deploy stage, build, test, deploy stage.
And we, in our Jenkins pipeline, also in my current project, we have exactly similar different files for different environments.
I have written many application pipelines. Jenkins, long ago, like 5 years ago, I have written in Jenkins. After that, majorly I've written with GitHub workflows using Git actions. It's not here actually. I've done it in office work, and then with GitLab CI/CD, I've written many pipelines.
So as a developer, like we have to deploy the application, or the DevOps team will deploy the application?
Nowadays, the definition of developer is changed. It's more of like a full stack person.
Yeah.
No, for the sake of interview point of view, I'm asking, like,
if you're a fresher, they will not expect too much, but nowadays even freshers are very skilled. So just keep upgrading yourself. Never stop learning is my recommendation to you.
Yeah.
Okay, next hands-on is model design, package naming convention, and component scan. So yeah, and this one, best resolution for port already in use was this one only, which I demonstrated, the use of netstat command and taskkill. I've shared the commands with you in the chat. Okay, next is model design, package naming convention, and component scan. So let's create, okay. Let's understand the convention to be followed while creating a new package. The convention is, if you want to create a model package, you use the base package name, which is com.example.your package name, which is model. This is the convention to be followed in Spring Boot. Then understand what is component scan and how it works. So component scan, as I had mentioned in the start, it basically starts to scan all your classes from the base package. This is the base package. It will first scan and load this class into the container, Tomcat container. Then it will read the other sub packages. Then it will read controller, entity, and all the sub packages and start loading these classes as beans. Now let's create a MicroStream class, a Pojo class, and implement the concept of encapsulation in it. This is MicroStream class. So you can see we have these three variables. We have course name, course type, instructor name. We have an all args constructor. Okay, let's remove this. So let's say we just have the three variables. We don't have anything else. And what's the concept of encapsulation? Concept of encapsulation says have private variables and public getter setters. So just I'll just generate all the getter setters. The shortcut I did was Alt Shift S on Windows laptop. Otherwise you can do right click, source, generate getters and setters. Select all, generate. Let's wait for it. Okay, here it is. So it has generated all the getter setter methods. Let's say you want toString also. So you can again go the same way, generate toString. Let's say you want constructor using fields. In Java, we know if we create a constructor, the Java takes away the default constructor. So let's create a default constructor. Let's uncheck everything. And we have created default constructor. So this is how you can create a Pojo class in Java. If you want to test this Pojo class, which is the next one. So you have learned the shortcut also. Guys, you're clear with the shortcut, right? Right click, source, generate, getter, setter, toString, all args constructor, default constructor, everything.
Yes.
Then is testing. For testing, either you can test by creating an object of your MicroStream class in the main, or you can implement command line runner. So whatever you write here, as soon as the application starts, it will execute this. Okay. A question to you guys. I'll not save this file. Just to test if you have. How many of you have used command line runner before?
What do you mean? I have read about it, yeah.
Okay, so that's fine. This is a tricky question.
Like if you want to run something from the main method, apart from the main method, we can just implement the command line runner, and we have to override the run method, and we have to write the code there.
Correct, perfect. So as soon as your application starts, the run method first executes, then rest of the application code gets executed. If I save this file, what will be printed first? Hello from main or hello from run?
Hello from run, I think so.
Correct.
Yes.
Because application starts when this line executes. Line number 20. After the execution of this line, application starts. And as soon as the application start, run method, whatever you have written, runs. So you can see hello from run. Then the application has started, and then hello from main. I mean, the application first started here. And meanwhile, I think this instead of coming before, it runs so fast that this came first before this line. So this gets executed first, and this, then this. Okay, going back to creating the object of MicroStream. So just creating the traditional Java object. We have defined the all args constructor, right? Let's go with it. Course name, Spring Boot MicroStream. Course type, IT. Oh, what just happened? Okay, I'll just type it again. Spring Boot MicroStream. Course type IT. Instructor name Samarth. And then log dot. Either you can do sysout, I do log also sometimes. So log. Antivirus is more like a virus software. This nav scanner. Okay, so it started. Here we can see in the logs, MicroStream, course name, course type, instructor name. This is how we can use command line runner and test our Pojo class. So as part of this hands-on, we have learned about command line runner. How does command line runner works? So whatever you write inside the run method that you override from the command line runner interface, that gets executed as soon as your application starts. And we can see when to use command line runner. Whenever you want to execute something as soon as your application starts, then you use this command line runner. And we have tested our model design, Microsoft, this MicroStream class with the command line runners run method. Moving on to the next one, module 6, Introduction to Lombok. So far we have covered till here. We have covered Spring Boot, DevTools, actuator, profiling, model design. Next is Lombok. I would not take a break because we have 1.5 hours. So let's continue. Let's go to the Lombok. So Introduction to Lombok Framework. Agenda. Introduction to Lombok Framework. Let's understand what is Lombok Framework. So Lombok is a framework, a dependency that we can add, and we can use the annotations coming from this dependency to avoid boilerplate code. What is boilerplate code? So boilerplate code is nothing but in a Pojo class, the scatter, setter methods, these are the boilerplate code. This is all boilerplate code. Let me just remove this. And this and this. Okay, so these are the boilerplate codes. Let's remove it. So Lombok will help us to avoid all these boilerplate code. Let's get started with the Lombok. So the first time configuration of Lombok I've shown you all in the start, which was finding the Lombok file, the jar file, double clicking it and linking it with your Eclipse IDE. If Lombok is successfully linked with your Eclipse IDE, you will be able to find that by clicking on this help about Eclipse IDE. Here you can see Lombok. If this is coming, that means it's successfully linked. If it's not coming, then you need to do the steps which I have demonstrated to you. Okay, moving on to the next one. Get rid of the boilerplate code with Lombok annotations. Okay, let's get rid of the boilerplate code. We will learn about how to avoid boilerplate code of setter method, getter methods, and toString method. How to fix if you face any issue with auto-generated code in background by Lombok framework. So I'll teach you the fix for this. So sometimes you can face an issue, and we'll use the Lombok annotations for getter methods, for generating getter methods, for generating setter methods, and for generating toString method. And we'll also see how to view the outline of our class in Eclipse IDE. Let's go to our MicroStream class. Let's first use these annotations. Let's say we want getter methods. So I've used this annotation @getter. This will generate the getter methods. How can I view the getter methods? I can press Ctrl O or Command O depending upon the laptop. And you can see the methods here: get course name, get course type, get instructor name. Now, if I want to see the setter methods, I'll write @setter and I need to save it. Then I can see the setters here. If I want toString, I'll write toString. Now again, I can see the toString here. If I want all args constructor, I will write all args constructor. This will give me all args constructor, a constructor with all the 3 arguments. If I want default constructor, I'll write no args constructor. It will also give me the default constructor. So this is how we can use the Lombok annotations and avoid writing all the code here. So all the code is in the background. It's just not visible to us, but it is there. This is the use of Lombok framework. Is Lombok framework clear to everyone?
Is there a
Yes,
way
yes.
to quickly now in Eclipse, when you generate the setter method, to see where it's called, as if you would normally just Ctrl+Shift+G on a method? I mean, I can always create an object and call a method and then do like that, but from this
Yes.
class, can you see quickly where the method is called?
Okay, that thing. Okay, that is a good question. So I think for that, Windows, show view, outline. We have not called it, but let's call it and see how it can be called.
Yeah, I know how can I call it. I know when it's written, but when I'm in the
how to
MicroStream
search.
class itself, I want to from there get the calls. Yeah.
There is some shortcut for that, but I don't remember.
Yes. It's Ctrl+Shift+G, but you need to actually call it on an object and then I can look for it. But I meant from the class itself.
Yes, because since we're using Lombok.
Yeah.
I understood your question. The context, just trying it out to see how it will work. Let's say we are here and we open the outline. We have used set course type.
If you right click and something, it says give getter setter on the class inside.
No, over here it's not visible, right?
Okay.
That's the problem. So I'm just trying to see the open call hierarchy. Set course name. Okay, course name. Open call hierarchy. Here we can see in the run method. This way.
Okay.
So this is the trick. I mean, we'll have to open outline, do right click, open call hierarchy, or control alt H. But since we cannot see it here, so we'll have to go from the outline. And this was the next thing. If you face, yeah, how to view outline. So you can view outline like this: Windows, show view, outline. Next is how to fix if you face any error in the auto-generated code. So we have a lot of auto-generated code, right? So generally in Eclipse, you can have some caching issue. So all you have to do is again the same thing: project clean, clean all projects, clean, and that will resolve the caching issue. It will rarely happen, but it will happen if you're coding for hours. Okay, so that covers up the Lombok framework. We have learned the use of these annotations as well as few more annotations. We have also seen a fix for common compilation issue, which is Eclipse project clean. Then we have learned 2 ways to view the outline. First is this Windows show view outline. And next is just simply in the class press Ctrl O and you can see the outline here. If this is clear to everyone, we can go to the next module, which is, okay, we are done with this so fast. We can go to the next module, which is understanding the controller tier. Is it clear to everyone?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for the quick confirmation. Let's move to the controller tier agenda. Introduction to controller, mapping methods, and dispatcher servlet. Now, this is again a very favorite interview question for majority of the theoretical interviewers. So what are controllers? Controllers are simple Java file in Spring Boot that are marked with @controller and @REST controller annotation. I prefer to use REST controller, but if I'm writing a MVC application using Timely for some other dependency for building the UI also from my Spring Boot application, in that case, you'll have to use @controller. Otherwise, your UI will not be loaded. It will rather give you the JSON response that happens with REST controller. So for the API based applications, @REST controller is good enough because it's a combination of 2 annotations, @response body and @controller. So it's also called as a convenience annotation. And this is just the @controller. It's not a convenience application annotation. It's a simple annotation. And this is used generally for the MVC projects. So if you annotate any class in Spring Boot with @REST controller or @controller, that becomes your controller class. Now let's see types of HTTP methods and mapping in Spring Framework. Guys, I'm catching up pace so that we can cover maximum content, but I'm trying to maintain the pace not too fast so that you learn everything that you get from the session.
No problem, we are getting it.
Okay, we have the get method and the respective Spring Boot annotation is @get mapping. For post HTTP method, we have @post mapping. For delete method, we have delete mapping. For put method, we have put mapping. Similarly, for patch method, we have patch mapping. So we use get method. We create a get API. When we want to fetch something, when we want to insert something into database, we write a post API. When we want to delete something from the database, we use the delete mapping. We create a delete API. When you want to update an entire row in the database, we use the put mapping. When you want to lock only a certain cell inside a row inside the database, you use the patch mapping. So that time you use patch mapping. You use patch method basically. So that's the different HTTP methods and usage of these different HTTP methods. Now the question, what is dispatcher servlet? In Spring Boot, Dispatcher servlet handles an incoming HTTP request and delegates the request to its respective controller mapping in controller file for processing and sends a response back. So basically, whenever you hit any API in your Spring Boot application, this request goes to the dispatcher servlet inside your application server. Now here we have embedded Tomcat server. So inside Tomcat, there is a dispatcher servlet. The request goes to the dispatcher servlet, and dispatcher servlet then tries to find the appropriate controller file as per the URL match. It finds the file and it tries to find the exact method. And as per the HTTP method type, it finds the exact method. And as soon as it finds the matching method, it executes that method. That's the whole purpose and use of dispatcher servlet. It's done internally. We don't have to worry about it. But since it's a very famous Spring Boot interview question, I'm just explaining what it does. So it's basically like whenever you make any request from browser, it goes to the dispatcher servlet inside your embedded Tomcat server, and it directs the request as per the URL which is coming from the browser to your controller file, and inside your controller file to your controller method, HTTP method or controller methods, to your API methods, different terminologies. So is dispatcher servlet clear to everyone?
Yes, it's clear.
Yes.
Just remember this, okay? The majority of the interviewers will ask you this. Okay, let's understand the difference between REST controller and @controller annotation and use of @get mapping annotation. So it's a hands-on. So we'll learn about how to use @controller and how to use @response body annotation. We'll understand the difference between @controller and @REST controller annotation. We'll learn the use of @get mapping annotation for creating RESTful GET API and how to test it from our browser. Let's close all tabs. Let's open MicroStream controller. The very first thing we'll do is we'll create a simple GET API. So this is my controller class. Since it's my controller class, I've annotated my class with @controller. Since I'm annotating with @controller and my method is returning a object MicroStream and not any simple wrapper class. So like, let me just make it string for now. Okay, let's say this is a simple GET API that we have and it's returning a string. For string, you don't need to write @response body. But if it's a custom class that you have created like MicroStream, this class, then you need to write response body. Let's see how to access this API. The API URL is info. So let's see how to access this. So we go here. Very first thing, let's see where our application is running. Our application is running on 8083. Is it our production port? We want to set the active profile as prod first of all for this course. Let's set it to prod. Now the port will change to 8084. Now our port is 8084 and we want to access this info endpoint. So very first thing, let's get rid of these things. Let's remove. Let's write info. This is okay. Let me see what's the clash. I see the clash. Let me see what's the exact clash. It's a get endpoint. What error we are getting? Let's hit it again. Application running. Let's add response body also. I think in the later versions we require for string also. Now it's working. So in later versions, if you're using, I mean, even string, you require response body. In the previous 2 versions, I have seen like it was not required for string, but it was required for other classes. Okay, so we have created a get API, which is a simple get API. So if we hit info, this request from this browser goes to the application server. Inside application server, it goes to the dispatcher servlet, and dispatcher servlet then finds the matching request. It finds the controller class. So you can see we don't have any prefix. So it finds this controller class and it tries to find the info. It finds the info here. So it executes this method and this method returns hello world. So this response goes as a API response. Is this clear to everyone how this works?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, hi is the name of the person I'm saying. Hi, it's right. If you use REST controller, yes, we don't need to use @response body. That's the next thing which I'll be teaching now. Okay, so if you use @REST controller, you do not require response body. That's because if you place mouse over it, you'll see @REST controller is a convenience annotation. That means it is itself annotated with @controller and @response body. So it's a combination of two annotations. So if you write this @REST controller, by default, it will add this response body on top of all the HTTP methods or API methods in your class. So you don't need to manually write it anymore. That is the use of @REST controller. It's a convenience annotation. Yes, this is also a famous interview question. What's the difference between @controller and @REST controller? I'll teach you more things if we get time, but since it's a 4-hour course, otherwise I would have shown you better ways of doing which are not on the internet for @primary and @qualifier also. That's also one of the interview question. I know the ways which are not on the internet, how you can do the same thing without using @primary and @qualifier.
Samarth, actually, one question I got, like at the order annotation is also there now.
Which one?
@order annotation.
Yeah, I think it must be there for ordering the the API is on the Swagger UI, but not for the normal Spring Boot. Why would you require order? I mean, there are many annotations, but these are the relevant ones which we use daily. I mean, I've not come across order.
Yeah, I faced in the interview. I asked this question actually.
No idea. We'll have to see later. Okay. There are actually multiple things. Sometimes it's also about luck. In interview, they might ask anything. If you don't want to select candidate, they'll keep on asking until you keep on answering. And still they will find any reason to reject you if they don't want to select. That is also observed.
Very true.
So never get discouraged if you get rejected in interview. Always keep upskilling yourself. If you know, if nobody is selecting you, that means you're destined for creating a product of yourself and creating job opportunity. Okay, moving on to the next one. This is done. Creating a post API. Okay, let's use the Postman also. Let's say we want to create a post API, and let's say we want to return. For this, I'll just leave it as it is. Let's say we want to return this MicroStream object, and we have not created services yet. So I'll just return new MicroStream and pass it from here as it is. Let's say we are creating this post API and we have not configured the Swagger UI so far. There is something called Swagger UI, which I'll teach you in coming this topics, which is this. But so far, since I've not shown you this, so that is in the coming topics. Let's go with the Postman. So there is a Chrome Web Store plugin for Postman, which you can install. You can launch the Postman app. Let it launch. Guys, after next 12 minutes, even if the topics are remaining, we'll start with MicroStream first. We'll finish MicroStream and then we'll continue with the remaining topics. Okay, so let's say we have created this post API custom info, which takes these arguments, course name, course type, instructor name, passes and creates an object of MicroStream and returns the MicroStream object as response of this same API custom response. So let's open Postman. Let's see how it's done. So our active profile is 8084. We write / our API name, which is custom info. This is how you create the URLs. And since these are query params, not part params, so for query params, this is the format (?) first argument, which is course name. You copy this, you paste it here, equal to, you give your value Spring Boot. Then for writing the next argument, you use this AND symbol or implicit symbol. You write the next argument, which is course type. You copy this, you write it here, equal to the value. Same goes for instructor name, the third argument of our method. You copy this, you write it here equal to your name, and then you click on send. Okay, it's giving some error. That is, I think, because of this space maybe. Yeah, or maybe we have used this. Let's see why it's giving error. Okay, there is a syntax error, it says somewhere. Where is the syntax error? But Java line number 30. For now, let me remove this. Let's see now. There is no syntax error that Eclipse IDE is able to catch. Okay, it's working now. Something must be there in the commented part which was causing the issue. So we removed the comments and it is worked. So you can see whatever I'm passing in the query param, I'm getting the same because I'm setting the same and returning the same. This is how you can create APIs using Postman. Although what I'm going to teach you next is the use of Swagger UI. So you'll not require to use Postman after that, but you should know how to use Postman, because let's say if you're testing some third-party APIs and if they have not created Swagger, so if they are not providing Swagger UI, then you require the base knowledge how to use Postman for testing your APIs. It's mandatory that you should know.
Samarth, like just one query, like you are passing a course name, course type, and instructor name. So like the order should be same when like using the API.
Yeah, I'm just using the same order, but I generally use same order. But let's try the different order also.
I think other will also work.
Yeah, just trying it out the same what he mentioned. Yeah, it works.
Works. Okay.
Order can be different. Give me 1 minute. Okay. So this is done. As part of this topic, we have created a RESTful POST API, then installed and used the Postman Chrome plugin and used the Postman for testing a POST API. And we have seen how we can build the API in Postman. Okay, let's further cut down the boilerplate code of all the Lombok annotations also with one Lombok annotation, which is @data. So instead of using so many annotations, we have a convenience annotation, which is @data. If you place mouse over it, you can see it's a combination of @getter, setter, required args constructor, toString equals and hash code, but it doesn't has these things. So let me get rid of these things and add these things because I've used these things. So instead of using @getter, setter differently and toString and equals and hash code differently, you can use @data. So it's a common Java interview question again. When do you require equals and hash code? This is required when you're using Java collection classes, because Java collection classes internally uses equals and hash code method while storing data in the collection structure, data structure. Okay. So this is the use of @data. Is everyone clear with the usage of @data? It is generating all these things. Getter, setter, toString.
Yes.
Next is introduction to Swagger API. Let's create a Swagger API. So Spring Fox, I'm not using Spring Fox actually. So you can just ignore this. The next point, it is correct. We're going to use Spring Doc, and it will generate the API documentation. Spring Fox doesn't works with Spring Boot version 3. This is a Stack Overflow page on that. And even if you make it work by following all the things, it will start breaking the other things. So I recommend, and even the pivotal guys who have created Spring Boot recommends that you use Spring Doc with later versions of Spring Boot, like with the current versions. It helps for rapid API testing, like the Swagger UI. I'm going to show you how it helps with rapid API testing. It also bridges the gap between developer and business analyst, because business guys, if you go about showing them Postman, they'll get confused. But if you show the Swagger UI, it's still easy to understand. Okay, so in order to configure Swagger, it's very simple and straightforward. We add this Open API Starter Web MVC UI dependency. This is only one dependency which is required, and yeah, and nothing else is required. There was one more dependency, a different dependency for using Spring Dock, but for that there was certain boilerplate configuration which was required. So I just changed it with a better version, with a later version of Open API Starter MVC UI. And with this, I don't need to write any boilerplate code. So since I've added that dependency, that gives me the Swagger UI. So I can just access local host 8084 / swagger-ui index.html. This is the URL. Save the URL because this doesn't even get printed in the console. Okay. I've sent you the URL in the chat. So this is how you can see this is giving me the entire API documentation. If I want to execute these same methods, all I do is, first of all, I expand this. I click try it out. I click execute. I get the response hello world, response code 200, and sample responses below. If I want to execute custom info, I can do it from the browser now. I don't need Postman. Let's say Spring Dock, Spring Dock, course IT, instructor name Samarth, Narula, execute. So you can see it's returning me the response and sample code and what other response is expected, the format of response and the real response. And you can also get the curl commands if you want to test the same API using the curl command. So this is the use of Swagger, and I didn't have to do anything else. I just simply added this dependency and I got this beautiful looking Swagger UI from where I can test all my APIs. And for each controller classes, I can see this kind of a section. So I have 2 controller classes, so I can see these 2 sections. I have 2 Pojo classes, so I can see the structure of my Pojo classes also here. Is this clear to everyone?
Yeah, Samarth, one query I have here.
Yeah.
So like people are telling that we have to do the documentation using Swagger. So what is that documentation?
Yeah. Good question. So there are some APIs for that. Let's say here you want to add description about this API. I've not done with the later version, which is this Spring Dock. So there are annotations which you'll have to Google and study for this API and find out. Okay, so you'll have to dive deep into this one. Examples, you'll have to search and to add descriptions and everything. You'll have to go through this. This is the official documentation. For actuator also you can set, oh wow, this is also there. If you want to see actuator endpoints, this is also possible. Like there are multiple things you can do, but let me show you like what is the meaning. So in 2021 training, when I was using Spring Fox, in that it was a 2 days training that time, 16 hours training in 2020 or 2021. This is 2021. So here I think demonstrated that controller. Not this one. Yeah, these were the annotations in the Spring Fox framework. So you'll have similar annotation, which will give you some description or notes to be added for your API. So that's the API documentation. Got it?
Okay. Yeah, means like information about the API that we call it API documentation.
Yes, information.
And what annotations you have used at the API documentation?
No, I have not used, I have not done it for Spring Dock. I've done it for Spring Fox. So this is Spring Dock, a different dependency. So you'll have to read through this documentation. I've shared the link and see the annotations which are there. So this
It will
is,
be just on a different annotation and just some parameters.
yes, yes. So it's showing bean. This is for configuration of a bean. So see, you can modify these things at the rate operation. Not sure if we'll go into controller. I think this is the router operation. Multiple things are there. You'll just have to search and try out and see which all works
Yeah, got
from
it.
this documentation. I don't want bean. I want for controller class. You can just search this. Okay. I'll go to the next topic.
Yeah, no problem.
Customizing the API info, again, this we need to drop because this one I had covered with that, with the Spring Fox, but with Spring Dock, I'll also have to Google and see. There will be annotations on this. I mean, Google in a sense, like go to this official doc of version 2 and search here.
And any like external dependency we have to add for the doc means.
See, here is the example source code. So this is the documentation demos. Here only we'll have to dive into these things and try to find out which will have the example annotations. Like in these only there will be the example. Okay, they have not added. It's a simple one.
I think we can cover rest of the important topics.
Yeah. Well, let's move on to the next one. In the older versions in Spring Fox, there was a different annotation that is available here. Okay, moving on to the next hands-on use of all args constructor and no args constructor to further remove the boilerplate code. We have already done this. So I've used the all args and no args constructor. This has generated the all args constructor and default constructor for me. Next is telescoping constructor design pattern. Telescoping constructor design pattern is a Java design pattern which says to have all possible constructor for your class. So all possible constructor for three attributes will be 3 factorial. 3 factorial means 3 into 2 into 1. That is 6. So we can have 6 constructors for these 3 attributes. So one is the all args constructor, next is default constructor, then one we can have with instructor name, one with course name, one with course course name, one with course type, one with instructor name. That is how we can have 6 constructors. It's not a good design pattern, but it's a design pattern. Best alternative to using telescoping constructor design pattern is to use builder design pattern. You don't need to write all the builder design pattern boilerplate code when you're using Lombok. There is an annotation @builder which creates the static inner class MicroStream builder for you with all the boilerplate code which is required for implementing builder design pattern. Let's see how to use builder design pattern. So in order to use builder design pattern, let's say for the same thing, we want to directly create an object of MicroStream. Let's say sysout MicroStream. So inside this, let's say we want to print the object directly. So let's say course name, Spring Boot design patterns. Dot course type IT dot instructor name Samarth. Let's take it to next line for visibility. Dot build, and it will get printed in the logs. Here you can see MicroStream, course name, Spring Boot design patterns, course type IT, instructor name Samarth. This is how you can use builder design pattern when you use Lombok. You simply add one annotation. It creates all the boilerplate code required for you to write code like this using in one line. Basically, it's all in one line. I've just written it in multiple lines for readability, but it's creation of object in one line. So builder pattern is used for complex object creation. This was a simple object creation. For this, builder is not recommended. Builder design pattern is recommended when you have complex object creation. I think 11 more participants didn't join back because I think they thought the meeting has ended. Some issue. No worries. Okay.
So this one we use it with Lombok only.
No, you can write the boilerplate code if you wish to. There is a very big boilerplate code for writing builder design pattern. There are different ways: use of static inner class, use of separate class for writing all these things.
What
If you
would be
want
a
to learn,
complex example in this case?
yes, complex example, that's the next topic. Complex object creation with builder design pattern. Let's say for the MicroStream class, if we have instructor name instead of like this, like this, we have type instead of string as full name. So we have a custom class. Now it becomes complex object. So in this scenario, what we need to do is here we need to write. This is the proper use case for builder design pattern. Let me admit more students in. And you write builder, then you write first name, then you write dot last name, then you write dot build, then you save it. I think the name also have changed from instructor name to something else. So let me make it the same. MicroStream, it's instructor name only, right? Yeah, I've missed the C. So just made it the same. Now it will work. So you can see it's coming here like this. So this is a complex object. Where is it? This is a complex object which has the data type of its attributes as another class objects, like full name. This is a kind of a complex object. When you had simple like string or integer or long, then it's a simple class. If you have in your Pojo class another class as a data type, then it becomes a complex object. So when you have complex object like these, it's recommended that you use Spring Boot builder, like you use builder design pattern, not just in Spring Boot, but in Java. Overall, it's a Java creational design pattern. If you want to dive deep into the design patterns, I have a course on Udemy on that. In start, I've shared the link of my Udemy courses and all the links that I have. So do go through the creational design pattern course. It will help you to master all the creational design patterns. So I'm resharing that pages. So in this, I have my Udemy courses page also.
So Samarth, in real-time application, like we are only following creational design pattern or like anything else?
No, creational, structural, behavioral, as per your application requirement you follow. But I have not created courses on other this. So in 2020 or 2021, I created just on one category of design patterns because I wanted to create the best course in the market, and this is nearly among very good. So it's having so many students also because of that.
Yeah,
And
I
the
did the
rating.
training. I did the training already.
Okay, so that gives you the idea what is required for creating builder pattern. You know the pain it takes for creating builder pattern code and how much it's solving by using builder pattern, by using Lombok annotation @builder.
Yeah.
So we'll have to comment this.
Is that you in the picture?
Yes, that's me in 2020 or 2019.
It was in Accenture, I think. So your ID card is saying like that.
No, it's Oracle ID, but yes, I was, yeah, at that time I
No,
was in
here.
Oracle.
Here in like learn creational
This
design
one.
patterns. Yeah.
Yes, this I was in Accenture, then I was in Oracle. The next course I created in Oracle.
Yeah, I worked for Accenture actually. Like green card, it is like that.
Yeah, it was nice company, lot of opportunities. It gave me a lot of learning opportunities.
But I didn't get. Actually, I worked as a tester there, but not planning to move to Java.
You need courage there to get into good role. You need to fight. I want to work in development. Then they give you.
That's the thing I missed.
That is the thing I did. I fought a director. I want to be a developer. Give me a developer role. He directly pushed me to a full stack role in the start for a very big client, Goldman Sachs. And alone he asked me to handle the entire project as a fresher. That is how I got groomed and came up to the speed like this.
But it wasn't bad luck. I worked for as a tester, manual tester.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a struggle. If you're not getting opportunity, just quit out of the project, make any reason, exit the project, and then fight for a development project. Do the certification from outside, study and do the certification of Java or
Yes,
anything
Samarth, I
which is
did.
needed.
I did even some Samarth, I did Oracle certification, means associate.
Then change the
bachelor.
company and get a role. You can reach out to me. I'll try and get you a development role if you're interested.
Yeah, I have cleared like in the interview, but actually I have a fear that how can I handle the things even I have zero experience real time.
This course will give you the real experience which you're learning right now. This is the real thing what we do.
And once you jump into the well, you learn swimming.
Yes, that is how you learn.
Okay, Samarth, I will connect with the LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the next one. So complex object creation also we have finished. We have created a complex object in our in command line runner run method. Next module, before we start with services, let's get started with MicroStream first. Then we'll come back to slide number 77. So MicroStream, let me just open the slides also. Okay, so as introduction to MicroStream framework, if you like this training, very first thing, please drop a post on LinkedIn, post this training and thank MicroStream and JavaPro for funding this training for you guys. So as part of this topic, you will get what MicroStream, you'll get to learn what is MicroStream framework and what problem it solves and what is the query language for MicroStream framework. Let me open the PPT. I'll give you walkthrough of this first. So introduction to MicroStream framework. So Java, as you know, is a predestined environment to realize high performance in-memory data processing. What is the meaning of in-memory? What is in-memory, guys?
H2 database, you mean?
No, H2 is an embedded database, but that is also in-memory database. So that's right. So what is the meaning of in-memory? That means storing something in the RAM. Memory is your RAM. So MicroStream is based on Java. It's a framework or library, a Java library. So as we know, like Java is predestined environment to realize high performance in-memory data processing, and Java is predestined, and this is the proof of it. MicroStream framework is a proof of it because this framework really allows you to leverage the power of Java for directly storing your data to file system and loading it back into your memory and reading and querying it from memory. So Java provides a first-class native multi-model data structure, which is Java object graph. So basically, whenever we create any object in Java, so as you have seen, we have created this object in Java. This is the object, okay? Don't get confused just because I've written such a shortcut in code. This is in real like this. Okay, this is in real. It's an object. So this objects get stored inside the heap memory as Java graph. So when you hear the word Java graph, that means the object which is getting stored in the JVM. So Java provides a first class native multi-model data structure, which is Java object graph. So we can create any kind of objects. We can create any kind of objects like these small objects or embedded objects. or like embedded kind of objects. Inside full name, we can have more attributes also, right? So we can create any kind of objects in Java. It offers full flexibility. That is the meaning of first class native multi-model data structure. You can use collections, you can use object references, you can use circular references, you can use inheritance, you can use third-party libraries. Only one data model, which is Java Pojo class. How do you query the Java objects which are stored in the memory? You can use Java streams for querying the objects which are in the memory. So here are the examples of Java stream. What about persistence? How do you store it into your file system? So when you want to store it into file system, generally when you store your objects in RAM, this is your object graph. Storing into file system, your objects, your bytecode, or your the object which is in your heap has to go through data conversion. This orange is a data conversion or mapping layer. So it's a processing which is required for converting this kind of object graph to a file native format, and then you can store it in the database, or you can store it in the file system or any targeted storage. So for any targeted storage, there's a conversion required. So challenge is storing objects into table, JSON, key value store, graph. Always a data conversion is required for every single read and write. And this data conversion requires a lot of CPU power. It reduces the performance of your application. It has expensive latencies in terms of networking, like throughput, complex architecture, expensive development process, inefficient concept, requires expensive cluster infrastructure, increases your cost of infrastructure. Even though reading through data from local caching, mapping conversion is mostly required. So generally what you do is, if you don't want to read from, if you want faster throughput or faster access of your data, you use caching in between. So you use the recently used data into your cache, and you store the less recently used data back to your database or any targeted data store. So this conversion layer also adds up. I mean, this caching layer also adds up, but still for storing into caching layer also, you require the conversion. You require this conversion layer in traditional approach. Even if you use NoSQL database structure, even if you use object-oriented databases, graph databases, all are incompatible with native Java object graph. So this is called as impedance mismatch. What is the meaning of incompatible? That means you cannot directly store this object graph. You cannot directly dump this object graph into the database or your targeted data store. That's the limitation that we have, and that's called impedance mismatch. And this is the limitation, like you can directly dump, but you cannot directly dump because that conversion is required. So when you want to store something to your file system, what do? You implement serializable interface, right? Serializable interface, and then you can dump your Java object into your file store. So let's say there's a third-party Java object, and the third-party object which you're using, and they have not implemented serializable interface. In that case, what happens? You cannot store that object directly into your file system. You can store to database with that driver and all, but you cannot store to your file system. That's one limitation that we see. In order to overcome this impedance mismatch limitation, MicroStream has created this MicroStream library, which allows you to directly take the object graph and dump it to your file system or any targeted storage without conversion. So this is the thing which MicroStream has done. So there is a system prevalence thing. This is a system prevalence thing, and various weaknesses and challenges of system prevalence are snapshot size, snapshot time, long system restore time after restart, and Java serialization limitations and issues, which I discussed, like if you are using third-party library and if they have not implemented serializable interface, in that case, you are helpless. You cannot store their object directly to the file system. So MicroStream eliminates these weaknesses of the initial system prevalence concept because it allows you to directly dump your object graph into your targeted data store or database or data store or any file system or block storage on cloud. So you can see this is your application, and this MicroStream is a library which is part of your application, which runs inside the JVM. It takes this object graph and directly dumps the objects, or you can say the object graph, also called as binaries, into your targeted data store. What application I'm going to demonstrate is dumping the Java object inside a folder inside my laptop. So I've done that local integration and I'm going to demonstrate that. So you can see conversion is eliminated. That big orange layer which you were seeing is now eliminated. Now we don't need to convert the Java object to some native database storage object. We can directly dump this object into the binaries into any targeted data store. Only thing is, for querying it, you'll have to query through Java API, the Stream API. You cannot see a UI. You don't have a user interface that you get with SQL editors. Okay, when you're dumping data into SQL databases, in general, when you use JPA, you get a UI, right, through which you can query. You'll not get that. If you're using MicroStream, the way you can query your data is by loading this data binary back from here to your RAM and then querying. Now, while designing MicroStream or while using MicroStream, use lazy loading as much as possible because you have limited RAM. So since streaming objects directly into any database, so like you can directly stream objects into any database or data store. So it's a simple architecture, faster time to market, saves a lot of vCPU power because conversion is not required, minimizes latencies, in-memory queries executed in microseconds, saves up to 92% cost of infrastructure. This is their GitHub repo link. You can go to this link. Okay, just give me 1 minute. Water. Where does the MicroStream can run? So it can run wherever your Java can run. Your Java application can be installed on a desktop, on your laptop, on-premise, in cloud, container, native image, crawl VM native images, microservices, Android, JVM 8. So it can run wherever your Java can run. You can use any JVM technology. Like I mostly install Oracle JDK. So you can install any JVM technology, crawl VM, Kotlin, Scala. Scala is also JVM based technology. It's a functional plus object oriented programming language. You can use Scooby, Conjure, Android. How does data model looks like for MicroStream? So you don't require any @entity, the JPA annotations. It's simple Java Pojo class. So no dependencies like JPA dependency or H2 dependency. No need for special super classes. Use any types from third-party API because that limitation is gone. You don't need to use serializable interface. Migrating to MicroStream is trouble-free. Use inheritance is trouble-free. You can have inheritable Pojo classes. Design your object model freely without any limitation. Use existing classes as they are, no strings attached. Any Java types are supported. Persisting objects. So this is how you persist. This is a sample code here. This is how you configure the root. And by default, I'll show you the root location and how you can change that in your laptop. You get the customer. It loads the customer binaries which are stored in your laptop to your RAM and adds the customer to that binary and stores it back to your file system when you execute this line. Store any single object or subgraph explicitly, binary data format, no expensive mapping, append only log strategy, custom tailored type handling for best performance, store any Java type, any suitable type is supported, atomic operations and ACID transactions safe, multi-threaded write ops for max performance, replaces 3 CRUD ops, create, update and delete, use inheritance is trouble-free, storing consistently and gigantic data throughput. So this is how it is. You can concurrently write when you're using MicroStream. Loading objects dynamically into RAM. If you want to load dynamically into RAM to efficiently utilize your RAM, that is what I would recommend. Use lazy as much as possible for all the sub objects so you efficiently utilize your RAM. Sufficient RAM available. Restore the entire object graph. No inconvenient object copies. Multi-threaded read ops for max performance. RAM is limited. Load single objects or subgraphs on demand. No more classic selects. Simply call getter methods. Gigantic data throughput. Loaded objects are merged into the object graph automatically. Minimizing expensive IO ops. Memory management. Memory is fully managed by the JVM, garbage collector basically. Use lazy references if possible. Use maximum lazy references when you're using MicroStream. Clear your lazy references which are not used anymore. So that example is there. I think that example is further. In case of GC issues, try Azul JVM. I think this is also resolved now. This is the PPT from last year. Note, your object graph is your in-memory database. So your object graph is your in-memory database server. Your database queries persist. Like basically your object graph directly gets stored into your targeted data store and loaded back. When you use MicroStream, it directly gets stored into any data store and loaded back directly without this conversion required. If you use JPA, this is a big processing. It converts your Java objects to your database specific objects or database specific data and then stores it into your database. If you want to get started with MicroStream, these are the links. So I'm not able to copy these links from here. So you can just take a screenshot of this and refer these links. Okay, go to these links. Guys, are you done with the screenshot?
Yes, I took many.
Okay. All right. So that's all about MicroStream. Now, let me give you a walkthrough of the MicroStream project. I have built one integration project. Let's correct this.
So dumb question maybe, but this is only for with respect to in-memory database or in-memory, right?
Correct. I just need to correct the code because done this, right? Just hard coding for now, I'll change it later. Okay, going back to the application. So this is a Spring Boot microservice integration with the latest version of Spring Boot, which is 3.0.2. I've built a very simple use case. I've not used lazy references and all, just a simple demonstration, but you can dive deep into the framework and read the documentation and use this project as a base project and expand your MicroStream knowledge. So the dependencies that I've used, which is this MicroStream dependencies, MicroStream storage embedded, MicroStream storage embedded configuration, and these are the dependency versions which are compatible with the Spring Boot latest version. Then I've added the web dependency to have the embedded Tomcat server and for creating the APIs, DevTools, Lombok, Test, and Swagger. So this is the base package, controller package, entity package, repository package, no profiling here, simple application. This is the path where my binaries, objects will be stored, where MicroStream will dump the objects. It's in my user folder inside this folder. Let's go to users. So inside this, we don't need to do anything to this. This is where the object will be stored. This is the main class. This is the controller class. And before we go to controller, this is the model. This is the model. It has student. It has student number, ID, basically. First name, last name, getter method, setter method, toString method, all args constructor, no args constructor. Is a interface, student repository. It's defining these methods: add, find all, store all, find by first name, find by last name, delete all. This is the concrete implementation. So I'm implementing the student repository and defining the here. So just creating a list of student. This is how I configure MicroStream. I create storage, and then here I give path that from my property file. I'm reading this property and assigning the value of that property to this location, and using the embedded storage manager. Using embedded storage foundation, I'm giving the path of my MicroStream repository, and this is the boilerplate code which you need to write to basically start your embedded storage, start your MicroStream storage, configure your MicroStream storage. Just use it as it is. Just change the path of this variable here. Change this as per your requirement, or you can use it as it is. It will use your home path as it is used in mine. This works in Windows. If in Mac you face issue, just provide the exact path over here. Create this folder in somewhere in your Mac and give the exact path here. This is a store all method. So I'm using the students. The students is nothing but array list. I'm adding the students to this array list, and then I'm using the storage, which is this embedded storage manager storage, the reference. Where is it? And store method, and passing this array list with the updated values. It will sync this array list with the binary of this array list with the binaries which are stored over here in my local file system. That is what this framework does. Then it will also get me, I can simply return the array list since it's in sync. I can return the array list objects. I can find by first name by using stream. So stream filter, or filter by first name. If it's equal to the past first name, return this, collect it to list and return everyone with this first name. Find by last name, it will return all students with this particular last name. Delete all, you just simply use the clear method of array list and sync the empty array list with your store. Let me just go to this with your, it goes here, and you just simply, okay, this is how you delete it. You clear your array list, you again call your store all, and you pass the empty array list, and you sync your empty array list with the store method, and it will sync an empty array list with whatever binaries are here, with the deleted binaries, and that is how you clear your database. That is how you delete all the binaries from your local file system. So it's keeping the objects in your object graph in memory synced with your binaries dumped into your local file system. That is what it is doing. Okay, so this is how you configure the embedded MicroStream storage by using embedded storage manager. Then I've wrapped this by auto-wiring the student repository. Auto-wire, I know I've not taught you yet. Auto-wire is simply creating object. So how you create object in core Java, you create it like this, right? This is how you create object in core Java, right? So you don't need to create objects like this in Spring Boot. You can simply auto-wire the interface. It would automatically create the object of the concrete implementing class of that interface. This is the concept of IOC, inversion of control, because Spring Boot is automatically handling the object creation part. We just auto-wire the interface. If there are two classes implementing the same interface, in that case, what you can do is you can mark one class as primary. It will by default create object of that class. And if you don't want to use @primary, you can write @qualifier annotations on both of your concrete implementing classes of your interface, and provide a qualifier and use @qualifier over here also, and pass the same qualifier, so it will create object of same. If you don't want to use @primary and @qualifier, in that case, simply copy this name instead of this, paste this name in camel case, and it would automatically create object of this class. If there is another class, it will not select that. If you have another class like student repository IMPL2, if you want to create object of that instead of this, then just write 2 here, and it will create object of 2. This is the trick which I wanted to show you, but I've just orally told you because of the time restriction. Okay, so since we have auto-wired the student repository here, we have created these APIs, post API, store all, post API, add, find all, find by first name, delete all. So we are simply calling our student repository methods which we have created here. These are the methods which we are calling. Now let's test this application. We have the Swagger UI. Sometimes the storage gets corrupted. So all you need to do is take backup of this location and point it to the backup if you're using in your production. Keep 2-3 versions of it. If one version gets corrupted, that's your DR. You switch the location to the alternative location, the other location, instead of this to the other location where data is not corrupted. I've seen the corruption issue sometimes.
So you just copy paste it and create another copy of it?
Yes, that's the power. That's the snapshot time. That's where they said the snapshot time is reduced. Okay, so it's 80-80. You go to Swagger. These are the APIs. Let's see first of all if we have anything. It's empty, we don't have anything. Let's add something. Let's add a student with ID 0, name as Sam, last name as Narula. So I've added student successfully. Now find all, execute, and I can get the student details here. Now if you want to store multiple, you can store multiple. All you have to do is like this. There is no restriction of different ID or something required. You can directly dump data as you feel. All the validations you'll have to add through Java code. And if you want to delete everything, you call this delete. It's all deleted. Now again, you test by using find all. You're getting empty response. So this is how you use MicroStream. Is it clear to everyone? I've added this project in the Git repository. You can use this as a reference project.
So Samarth, like in real time, we are using MicroStream.
What do you mean real time?
Means real time project, means in the industry, like.
Yes, many companies are using it.
Okay.
So for that, you can go to the MicroStream website, and there you will find the users, the customers, or the people. Actually, it's not customers, it's the users, because it's a library.
Library.
You'll just have to search here which all people are using it. Here it is. Frameworks are using it. See.
Micronaut, okay.
Micronaut is again a different framework for creating microservices. Like how I teach Spring Boot, so there are other instructors who teach Micronaut, Halitron, Rapid, Eclipse. Even our partners, so see, these are the partners, and many companies are using it. It's a framework which will be used by many companies, many more companies in future also, because right now people are adapting to it. It's very difficult for people to digest something like this.
So we are not using JPA repository here, right?
No, it's actually the competitor of JPA.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Okay.
Somewhere they have mentioned also how fast it is when compared with JPA. Before they had that over here, the performance.
So Spring Boot by default provides that, right? JPA?
No, you have to externally add JPA.
Oh, externally we added. Okay.
Started JPA, we have not that one.
It's 47% faster than comparable JPA-based solutions.
Okay, got it.
427 times faster. Results show that is 427 faster when comparing the service execution time server with the fastest JPA transaction. That is how fast it is.
It's a big competition.
Yes.
Samarth, one query I have here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just like see, like when we are using the Spring Data JPA repository, we have to extend JPA repository, correct? So in real time, are we using a named query in JPA Spring Data JPA?
We'll come to JPA later on. So with MicroStream, this is the end. Let's continue with the JPA topics. I'll try to cover the maximum. We have now 30 minutes more. I'll extend by 30 minutes more if required. Let's keep up the speed.
Yes,
to
please.
finish. Yeah. Okay, introduction, this part is done. This is also done. So if you like this training, please don't forget to write a post and thank the MicroStream and JavaPro guys.
Yeah, I already wrote it. The only thing is I didn't mention this companies.
Just tag me also, tag
Yeah.
MicroStream, JavaPro and me, and just thank for the funding the training for all students. Okay, and this all is done. Okay, this is also done. Let's start with the service. We'll go much faster rather than going from there. I directly go from here for each module now. Just to keep up the speed. Slides would take a lot of time. Okay, for the service, how we create service classes. You can create first interfaces or you can directly create the class. It's your choice. You can see I've created a class here, Bookstore CRUD service IMPL. Okay, let's start with JPA first. Entity. This is the entity class Bookstore. And okay, let's start with H2. I think we'll have to go with H2. Let's start with H2. Okay, which is our active profile. Our active profile is production. In production, we have configured H2. So for configuring H2, very first thing we have to add the H2 dependency. After that, we add these configurations. Spring.h2.console.enable true. This enables the H2 console. We provide the URL for connecting to this H2 database, the driver class path, the username for logging in, username and password for logging into this database. Let's see how we can connect to the database. I'm not going through here because it will take a lot of time. I'm directly speeding up things to cover maximum possible. Is that fine, guys, or you want to
Yes,
go step by
that's
step?
fine. Will you be sharing these PPTs?
PPT is for teaching purpose, but
Okay.
video recording will be shared.
Okay.
It's fine.
8084 H2 console. You see, okay, it's still starting.
So maybe very quickly, if you can go through PPTs, that will be also like, we'll get in the recording then.
Sure. Okay, let's then do the proper way only. Introduction to service tier, and then creating a service class out of controller methods and extracting out service contract and use of @ component annotation. So I'll come to H2 later then. So very first thing is service class then. So this is a service class, MicroStream service. So you remember we had created this controller class. So what we are doing is we are having these methods. Okay, we are let me change it to full name. Full name, what is wrong? Yeah, N is capital. And yeah, so there we go. Okay, so out of this class, we are creating a service IMPL. Where is service IMPL? This is service IMPL. So we have just created this IMPL class first. The same thing what we were doing there, we cut and we paste here. Okay. Let's change it back to MicroStream. And let's copy for now from here. Okay, so we just, instead of writing everything, instead of writing everything inside this, this is the business logic. So we separate the business logic. We write the business logic in the service class. This is a service class. That's why it's annotated with @service. Here we are creating object of MicroStream in the get info. So if we want to abstract out the logic, we simply cut this. We go here. We paste this here. Okay. And here we, instead of writing the business logic here, we auto wire the MicroStream service interface or the class, whatever you prefer. We paste it here and we call the method get info. Same thing, we cut out the custom info from here. We go here. We paste it here. Yeah, we need to change this to full name. And we need to pass the full name properly. So let's do it this way. Let's say string first name, string last name. There we go. And here we write full name. Let's do the shortcut, full name, first name, last name. Done. Now what's the error? Create this. Okay, it's not there in this interface. Yeah, this we need to modify the interface contract. Let's modify this. Done. Okay, this came twice. This didn't get copied. Something got wrongly done. Yeah, I need to copy from here. Paste it here. Now it's correctly done. Let's fix this now. Why is it showing error? Yeah, this is missing. What is wrong with this? Add return. Perfect. Okay, so what we have done is we have cut the business logic from here. So let's cut the business logic from here. And we have moved the business logic to the service class. So service class is supposed to have the business logic. And what all things are required? First name, last name. So let's use okay, there we go. First name, course type, first name, last name. Course type, first name, last name. And this is full name. So this is fixed. So we have basically moved all the logic of all the business logic from the controller class to the service IMPL class and extracted out the interface from it. How do we extract out interface? Do you know, guys? Let me delete this interface. Let's say we don't have this interface. How do you extract out interface? So delete this, delete this, delete this. You extract out interface by again doing this Alt-Shift-S. Okay, not this, right click, refactor, extract interface, select methods, give a interface name, MicroStream service. This is how you extract the interface. You drag and drop to the package you want to move. And then you auto wire the interface here. And using the interface, you can call the concrete implementing class methods. Is it clear like what I did? I did it very fast although.
Once, please.
Sure. So all the business logic was here. What I did was I extracted out the business logic to the MicroStream service IMPL class, the get info logic here, and the get custom info logic here. Then I created an interface out of this by using the Eclipse IDE shortcut of right click refactor extract interface. And after abstracting interface, it just created the interface in the same package. So I dragged and dropped the interface into the service package instead of it letting it remain in the service IMPL package. Then I auto-wired this interface here. And using the auto-wired interface, I'm calling the concrete implementing class methods, which is this one, IMPL class methods, get info and custom info.
So when you drag and drop,
Can you show
it
the
changes package structure.
service? So
Go ahead. One person. When you drag drop, it automatically changes the package. I mean, it automatically changes the package.
okay.
Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes.
I
If you-
did it actually very fast. Sorry about that.
If you had to add any validation, where were you going to add in the service class?
Which validation?
For the fields, you know, like to check if the first name is not null or blank,
Okay,
or
okay,
if it follows
okay.
some pattern.
Yes, you add it here in the business, also in the service class.
Okay.
Validation is a business logic. All business logic will go into service class. This class will just be a kind of a skeleton where you just call the service class methods. You should not have your business logic in the controller class.
Okay, thanks.
Avoid that. Yep. And also it's a good practice to auto wire by interfaces than by concrete implementing classes. It's one of the design that 12 principles that we have. It's one of the principle from that design principles, I believe. Like auto create applications by interfaces or auto wire by interfaces than by concrete implementing classes.
Solid design principle.
Yeah, solid design principle. This is the actual implementation of one of the solid principle, not this one. This is the actual not this again. This is the actual implementation of one of the solid design principle,
Yeah.
which I have done.
Yeah, another thing here, like you are using the field injection, right? You could use a constructor injection as well.
Yes, constructor injection. Yes, so that I mean, yes, that is also that can be done, but this is what is recommended in the Spring Boot way.
You have used, there are like 3 injections. You are using field
Setter,
injection.
constructor, yes.
And that is called field injection.
Yes, yes. So this is what is recommended in Spring Boot. You use this way. You auto wire everything. Constructor injection is generally recommended when you want to basically ensure that this should be auto wired when this class is loaded. I mean, that was the old way, but in the new way, in the Spring Boot way, we do it like this only.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, moving to the next. I've covered a lot of topics actually very fast for this. So we have covered understanding what is service class. So service class is a class where you place your business logic. We have created a service class. We have created this service class MicroStream service IMPL. We have understood the use of @component. So from this class, we abstracted out this class. But although we have not used @component, but it still works. But if you face any issue, then in that case, in later versions of Spring Boot, in this version from 2 onwards, you don't require component. Okay, you don't require component. This is not needed. But in the older versions, this was needed. So this is not mandatory anymore. Okay. Initializing logger with Lombok annotation @SLF4J. So we are going to implement info level logger with the help of Lombok annotation @SLF4J in service class. View the logging levels supported by Lombok annotation. And we're going to see the functional style of logging. And we're going to test our application with command line runner. Let's do it quickly. So this is our service class. Let's say here, before returning the object that you're creating, let's say the same object you want to log. Okay, let's say over here, you want to log this object which you're returning in your logs also. So since I've annotated this class with @SLF4J, this initializes a logger factory for me in the background. So I can directly use log dot, and I can use any level of logging, info, debug, trace, one. So it's all there: trace, font, debug, log, info. Then you can scroll down and see trace is there, info is there, debug is there, warning is there. So these are the different levels. So I'll demonstrate info. Let's say MicroStream, OBJ. This is the functional style of programming. And let's cut out and let's cut paste, store it into local variable. Return the same, print the same. So what I've done is I've created an object, printed it, and returned it. So if I call this method, it will basically execute this. So when will this be called? So it will be called when I execute my which API? It's in get. So when I execute my info API, it will call this method. It will call my this MicroStream service IMPL method, this method, and this will create object of MicroStream, print object of MicroStream, return object of MicroStream. Let's do it quickly. Let's go to 8084 Swagger. Let's go to info, execute. So I've executed this, so it should log also. So I can see here MicroStream object, MicroStream, and the same things. So this is how you can initialize a logger by using Lombok Annotation @SLF4j. Is @SLF4j Lombok Annotation clear to everyone?
Yes.
So
Okay.
for every class, we add it at the top. Wherever
Yes,
we
for
want
every
it.
class, correct. So here in the main class, I want it. So in main, wherever you want to initialize logger.
Like you are using just for the printing the messages that we call it as logger.
Yes, log. It's logs, right? So it's for logging.
Logs, yeah.
If you want info level log, if you want debug level log, you can change the level of logging from here. Because generally when you deploy your applications in majority of the cloud solutions, you have a filter to log to filter your logs by the logging levels. You can filter your logs by debug level, trace level, info level, that way.
Error level.
Yeah. Error level. Error is also very important. Thank you, Anja. Okay, guys, we are over time, but I'll just extend by 10-20 minutes more and cover more topics. So this is done. Let's move to Introduction to Embedded Database, Understanding of Embedded Database H2, and when to use Embedded Database H2. So let's take the understanding of embedded database and where and how does embedded database runs. We'll see it with help of a diagram. We'll understand it with help of a diagram, and we'll see when to use H2 database. So understanding of embedded database. As the name suggests, it's an embedded database. That means it doesn't run as a separate process like your normal database. It's an embedded database, basically embedded inside your running Spring Boot application. So you can imagine you have the JVM. Inside your JVM, our embedded Tomcat server is running. So this is having embedded Tomcat server. It's running in the JVM that's running on this laptop. And inside this embedded Tomcat server, my embedded database will run. So this is the H2 database. Is this clear where it runs? This is a very big confusion for majority of the students.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So when to use H2 database? H2 database is used when temporary data storage is required. So that's when you should use H2. When architecting your application from scratch, when you do not have too much data to store, until your company has not provisioned infra or cloud setup for database, until then you can use. You can use it for teaching purpose also. It's best because you don't have to worry about cleanup. It's also good if you're creating some technical POC, because again, you don't have to worry about cleanup, or POT, or max to max MVP. Now let's see the configuration of H2 database. As part of this hands-on, We'll understand the dependency which is required. We'll configure the H2 database for different environments like local, dev, test, UAT, prod in our case, and we'll access different environment databases. So I'll not do too much. I'll just access one environment database. So I've set the active profile as production. So in production, I've configured the H2 database. If I want to access the H2 database, I need to go to localhost /8084 H2 console. That's all I need to hit enter till here, and it would automatically redirect me to the login form. Once I'm on the login form, I need to copy the URL from here, paste it in the JDBC URL, copy the username, paste it in the username, copy the password, paste the password, and click on connect. And here you can see I have one entity class bookstore and it doesn't has anything in it. So how did I create this entity class? I've created this entity class by using @entity. So on your Pojo class, if you wanted to convert your Pojo class to entity class, that's what we're going to learn next. So let's move on. Okay, so how to use H2 database? Let's say you are again logging into the H2 database. Let's log out. Let's log in again. Just to make you familiar with the UI that is here. These are the sample queries. You can drop table, select a query, run selected query. If you want to run everything, run selected, select everything and run it. And you can see all the queries. This is the query which got executed. It took 1 millisecond for this execution. It created table test, inserted these records, select fired select query, returned the response, updated table, deleted one row. This is how you can play around with it, clear everything. That's how you can do it. Okay, let's move to the next one. What are entity classes? You can imagine you have this bookstore entity class. It gets mapped to this table in the database. So your ID gets converted to ID column, name gets converted to name column, books get converted to books column. So for this, what you need? Okay, so you require URL. Okay, this URL you can also get from the console, but I'm sending anyway. Swagger one you don't get in the console, that's why I send it explicitly. I've shared the H2 URL in the chat from where you can access. The login part is not really needed, just H2-console is also enough. Okay, so for a normal Pojo class to be converted to entity class, what all you need? You need to annotate it with @entity and you need to add @ID. Then that entity class gets converted to a Pojo class. That Pojo class gets converted to entity class. So we have all done it. This is the entity class. We have annotated with @entity. We have generated the other things, getter, setter, toString, all args, no args, builder design pattern. And we have set this ID as primary key inside the database. Since H2 is a SQL database, and if you're using JPA for NoSQL also, you have to use @ID. That's the sad part which I've seen with Spring Boot MongoDB integration. And then we have name and we have books. Okay, now let's go to H2. This is the H2 database. And here we can see this is our bookstore. It has ID, books, and names. So these were the attributes which got converted to columns in the table. And the class name got converted to table name. This is what JPA does. And this annotation is coming from JPA dependency, which we have used in our POM file. Rennie, I'm not sure about certificate. I don't think there is any certificate for this course, but this course is, yeah, this is just for the knowledge purpose, for you to gain the real knowledge. Okay, moving on to the next topic. Understanding difference between normal DTO and entity class by designing entity class bookstore. By designing means this, we create this class, we annotate this class with entity and ID annotation and other boilerplate things that we need. If you want to insert data into this, you can write the insert query here, a simple insert query. I'll not waste time on this now. Let's move on to the next one. Understand and implement JPA with Spring Boot. Let's finish this. This is the last module. What is JPA and Hibernate and what it is used for? What is JPA? JPA is a specification. Hibernate is its concrete implementation. There are other implementations also of JPA, but Hibernate is the default implementation of JPA. And we are going to learn JPA. Yes, Ibertis, and there are more, some Eclipse link that also is there, another implementation of JPA. JPA other links, other implementations are Eclipse link and top link. It's what is ORM. So whenever we deal with JPA, sometimes this word comes up, ORM, object relationship mapping. The meaning is simple. The object of bookstore gets mapped to a row inside the bookstore table. That's the meaning of ORM, object relationship mapping. Java object of bookstore gets mapped to a row inside a bookstore table as a row. That's the meaning of ORM. What are CRUD operation? CRUD stands for create, read, update, delete. What is it used for? JPA is used for performing CRUD operations to your database entities. This is your database entity. Your table is nothing but your entity, database entity. Moving to next one, creating Spring Boot repository using JPA and use of @repository annotation. So we have created this bookstore repository and we are extending this JPA repository. And the important things here is we have annotated it with @repository. It's not mandatory, but it's a good practice to annotate it with @repository. Then here we give the entity class that we want to create this repository for. So we are giving the entity class bookstore. Then we have to provide the wrapper type of the primitive data type of your primary key. What is the primary key here? ID is the primary key. What is the data type of the primary key? It's long. It's a primitive type. So we give a wrapper class of long, which is capital long, LONG. So this is the format of creating a JPA repository. This is how we create a JPA repository. Next, let's create a bookstore CRUD service class with create bookstore method. This is a service class, hence we have annotated it with @service. We have auto-wired the bookstore repository to call the methods of JPA repository. We don't have any methods here, but all the methods are coming from the JPA repository. Now, after auto-wiring, we are creating create bookstore method. We are using the bookstore questions. Yes, Michael, it's a good practice to use UUID for primary key. Just for keeping the use case simple, I'll be passing the ID from the Swagger UI. Okay, we have auto-wired the bookstore repository and we are using the save and flush JPA method and we are saving this bookstore. This bookstore will come from here. And we have auto-wired this bookstore CRUD repository in the bookstore controller. So this is the flow. When the request comes from the browser to the dispatcher servlet, it will reach here and this will direct the request to the bookstore CRUD service IMPL create bookstore method. So it will go here, and this will delegate the request to the bookstore repository. And since bookstore repository is extending the JPA repository, it is getting this method. It is having the save and flush method. So we are calling in the end JPA method. So from the browser request comes to the controller, from controller it goes to our service class, and from service class we are sending it to the repository. That's the flow of the application. And the save and flush will store this Java object as a row. This is called ORM. It will store this object as a row inside the table, bookstore table. Let's see this in action to understand this much better. Our application is running. Okay, let's create a bookstore. This is the post API. Try it out. We'll use ID as 0, bookstore name as bookstore 1. Books will be, let's say, book 1, book 2, execute. We have inserted this bookstore. If we come back here, execute the select query, we can see the books here. And this is how we create the create bookstore method. Similarly, we can create the get bookstore method by using the find all JPA method. These are ready-made methods. Directly use them. Now, if we use get bookstores, which is then passing the request, get bookstores is passing the request to get bookstores in this class, and this will use the find all method. Now, if you try it out, you'll get all the books which are stored in your bookstore table. It will basically return all the records from your bookstore table. Similarly, you can create get bookstore by ID. You can pass a ID. So we have one bookstore with ID 0, and we can simply use the bookstore repository find by ID method, JPA method, and pass the ID. It will return optional bookstore. We can check if the bookstore is present, get it and return it. Otherwise, throw an exception. There is no bookstore with ID. What ID you have passed? So let's do it. Let's get bookstore by ID. Let's try to pass a non-existing bookstore and let's see the exception. We can see the exception. There is no bookstore with ID 3, but we have a bookstore with ID 0. So let's pass 0 and we are getting the bookstore with ID 0. Let's see the next one. Count bookstores. It will return the number of records in the bookstore table. Currently we have 1 record, so it should return 1. And for this, we have used the count method of JPA. So get number of bookstore, count bookstores. You can see it will return 1. Next method is get bookstores sorted by name. So again, we use the find all like before, but this time we use sort by and we give the direction in the ascending order, and for which attribute we are saying name attribute. So name, order it by ascending order of name. If you want descending order, you can use descending. This is the enum. Okay, let's get the bookstores sorted by name. So get bookstores sorted by name. Where is it? Okay, I think I have not wrapped this method.
Yeah, maybe it's not there. Yeah,
I
it's
have
okay.
not wrapped it.
That's
think-
okay. We can go to the next.
Yeah. So we can simply, like, if you want, you can just, I'll show you how quickly you can wrap it. Copy it from here, go here, paste here. This will be what? This will be from here. Call it from here, call it from here, call it from here, delete it from here. And that's it. And then annotate it. It's what get. So get mapping. Copy this, go here, paste it. Done. So we'll have this API if we refresh it. But again, since we executed this, I mean, we
Restart,
create,
right?
not restart.
Okay.
Just refresh, but it's an embedded database. So all the data persisted will be lost, and this will reconnect if I execute it. So it will reconnect. Again, I'll have to copy the username from here, production password, go here, set it, paste it. I think again, copy, paste, connect. So I have to connect. Since it's an embedded database, all the data persisted will be lost. So you can see the data is lost. We'll again have to insert a book. So create bookstore, name bookstore 1, books, book 1, book 2, execute. Now, since we have created a new method and we refresh the Swagger UI, we should see sorted by name. Here it is, and it will return the bookstore sorted by name. If you have multiple records, it will sort by the ascending order of name and return you, because that is how we have configured it. Next is get bookstore by ID. Again, I have wrapped it in the same way. Bookstore exists by, check bookstore exists by ID. For this, we are using the JPA method exists by ID. So bookstore exists by ID. Try it out. Let's try 0. It's returning true. Let's try 1. We don't have any bookstore with ID 1, returning false. Then is update bookstore name. For this, what we do is we pass a ID and name, the new name. First, we check if the bookstore exists by ID. If it is, this is true. Then we get the bookstore by ID, set the new name, and then save the new object. This is how we do it. And we have written here @transactional.
Transactional, yeah.
Because this is needed, and sometimes it's not needed, sometimes it's needed. It depends on the Spring Boot version. So transactional means maintain the database open, keep the database transaction open throughout this method execution. If you're enrolling for the advanced course, you'll learn the detailed use of @transactional annotation. It's, I think, Spring Boot Advanced Training 1 or 2. I've shared the training links today, but it's a paid course.
Yeah, like it's like we want to roll back the transactions from the database we are using.
Correct. Even if one fails, it's not just rollback, it's also to keep the transaction open, because here you are updating. Okay, here this is one transaction, this is second transaction. If you don't use @transaction in certain versions of Spring Boot, your application will fail here. It will say the transaction was closed to the database. So in order to keep the transaction open, no session exception you'll get. So in order to get rid of that no session exception, in order to keep the transaction open throughout this method, you can use @transactional at a method level. It's a method level annotation. Type method, see.
So the paid courses, you said it's Coursera courses?
No, it's this only MicroStream course. It's coming in coming months. So through JavaPro only. I've shared the links today. For links, you can also reach out to me on LinkedIn. I have a discount coupon of 20%. So it's actually, the fees is little on the high end. It's $400, and I can get you maximum discount of 20% from the coupon which is shared with me. Okay, moving to this one. Let's test this out. Let's say we have this bookstore, update bookstore, update bookstore. It's a put method. We have a bookstore with ID too. Let's say we don't want bookstore, we want Liberty, or let's say we want Hill bookstore. We want to name it Hill bookstore. So we are renaming it to Hill bookstore. Okay, we are getting some error. Why? I think our application restarted. So let me just confirm that. Okay, this is okay. It got updated, but we got some error, some exception. Invalid definition, no serializer found. This is something new. We can ignore it because application is still working. It has inserted the data. This is with the latest version of Spring Boot. Some error has happened. Hey, we can ignore this error. We can see that it's updated in the database. Then is delete bookstore by ID. Here again we get the bookstore. We delete it by ID. And if somebody tries to exploit the system by passing a non-existent bookstore to delete, it will say there is no bookstore with that ID. Let's go back here, delete bookstore by ID, try it out. Let's delete this bookstore 0. It's deleted. Why is it not deleted? It's saying deleted, but it's not deleting. Delete by ID. This is weird.
And you need transactional.
But this is at this method.
Let's restart the Tomcat.
Yeah. This was some weird behavior from Spring Boot application. This was not expected. Have we clicked something here? No, auto commit is on. Okay, we have restarted the application. Let's try to again create a bookstore first. Let's try to see if we have it. We'll have to re-log in. Let's, yeah, it will be automatically deleted when you restart the application because we are using H2 embedded database. We have created a bookstore. It will be visible here. We try to update the bookstore name. Still we are getting the error. But let's see here, it's updated here. After updating, it is giving the error. It's like a kind of a warning, actually, not error. For getting rid of this validation exceptions, I had added this validation over here, but it's fine. Okay, let's go back here. It's the functionality is working, just it's giving unnecessary response. Let's try to delete it. It says deleted. Okay, this transaction is causing some issue. So I'll have to see, I'll just check this later on. There is some issue with this method, update method in the latest version of Spring Boot. When you try to update, right now I had commented out transaction, but still I saw the same behavior. This method is not working. Delete by ID is not working. Let's see if in JPA somehow it deletes. Let's see find all. Get bookstores, try out, execute. No. So there is some issue in the framework, it seems, in the latest version with delete by ID. It has nothing to.
Transactional maybe. Okay, you removed it already.
Yes. We'll have to check. There will be some forums online about this latest version. Let's see truncate bookstore, whether this works or not. This should delete everything. So it will use delete all. This was using delete by ID. This will use delete all. And there was also some problem with this. Giving unnecessary exception, throwing unnecessary exception. The functionality is working. I'll test these things out tomorrow. Okay, the typos. Okay, truncate bookstore. Let's go to truncate bookstore. What is the problem? Let's see. Okay, it's working. Bookstore table truncated, it says. Let's reconnect. It's some caching issue that is happening in Spring Boot, I think. It's deleted. Let's try to recreate. We have created. Run. We can see here. Let's try to truncate. It says bookstore table truncated. Run. Oh, it's okay. It seems like delete methods are not working. That's the problem. ID is given correctly. It returns the message also, but delete methods are not working in the later versions. So there must be something after delete also we need to do. I think for in the latest version. I'm just checking if they have added additional method like commit or something. See, delete APA method not functioning. Spring Boot v3. See, it's a problem. People have reported.
You can probably check it out later and update us
Yeah,
on
it's done actually. The course is finished.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is where I was trying to check it in the last 5 minutes, 3 minutes. So we have completed everything and we have observed that truncate and delete method are not working. Update is working, but it's giving some unnecessary Hibernate exception. And for getting rid of this exception, we have to add these things. I've already added, but still it's giving the validation one. And it was not giving before, but it's giving now. So it's something
If you
that
get any
anyone knows.
pointers on that, you can just post a LinkedIn post on that. If at all
Sure,
you get it.
sure, I'll do that. Yeah,
Samarth, will we get the source code
I've given
Bookstore?
already.
Yeah, that one. Okay. And one thing like I want to ask, like you are extending the JP repository, correct?
Yes.
So in the Spring Data JP repository, are we writing any named query in real time? Named query?
Not here. I mean, we can write named query. You can check all that code is there. Just need to search SPF. This is from the 2021. I've written all those samples.
SBF.
Yeah, Spring Boot fundamental only. That was 2021 repo that I've created in 2021.
Okay, and like you told about the training, like it's $400, no?
Yeah, and you can reach out to me. I can give a discount coupon which I've received from them, which will give you 20% discount.
So is it for only one session or like full course for Spring Boot?
It's one entire session like today. It's for Spring Boot security and advance. So that is this portion.
I want to ask you, so for security, you will be taking that JWT and everything in that?
JWT is not included. Form-based security is there. And we'll be covering AOP also and Hibernate. AOP is also there.
Do you also conduct separate trainings or like anything like
Yes,
that?
I provide live trainings, like direct trainings also. It's the rate is fixed. It's $60 per hour. For that, you can reach out separately to me on LinkedIn.
Okay.
I have some students right now already on weekend. When their batch ends, I can take up another student. So here I've migrated these projects also. Here also, I think I've used Hibernate. So I didn't get this exception there. So let me see which different dependencies I've used. Yeah, this one you need to add. This will get rid of that Jakarta exception. I have added Hibernate validation and this also Jakarta validation. Now that I've added this here, now that update API which was giving that error should not give that error. First of all, yes, I need to again create. It can break also. Okay, because application start is not started. So guys, that error will be fixed that we were getting with update. Okay, 8084 execute, inserted, validate, reconnect, connect. Here is the data, update. Okay, still it is throwing the error. But is it updating? It's still updating. Okay, I think I need to do Maven update after adding the dependency. So we can ignore this for now. This must be some known issue. See.
Ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, I use a lot ChatGPT. I can try that. But this is latest version actually. That's why there's not much on the internet right now. Spring Boot version 3. Okay, I think I'll find it out later on. I thought this is the same one because when I used with Spring Security, I didn't get the same issue. So I think this is good for today. These issues that I was facing, like we have seen for delete and truncate, I'll try and find a solution for this. I have a proper like working code with the older versions with 2.7.6 and 2. Other versions, older versions. You can check out those codes also in the same repository. I mean in the same GitHub repos here. Just need to search Spring Boot. So you can find out Spring Boot 2.7.2 projects. The same projects with the older versions. So here I've built an employee management system. The APIs will be same, just the use case is different. Actually, in the later versions, you generally face these issues. So I'll just, since we have faced it now, I'll try and find the solutions for that. So this one also you can refer. This is the older version, 2.5.6.
That's more stable, I guess, 2.7.
Yeah, this is very stable. You can use Java 8 also with this. Only the problems are with the latest version, and building these projects or migrating these projects has taken a lot of time for me because I had to solve each and every issue with the migration. Okay, I think it was a good session and I'm happy that you all 11 of you have finally stayed back till the end. And do reach out to stay connected, and do follow me on LinkedIn or connect with me because I'll be posting about the coming trainings, advanced trainings, and you can directly message me. I'll provide you the discount coupons that I received.
Sure. This was really nice session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you,
ciao.
everyone.
Good evening.